Let's do this. Chapter 28, Footprints in Air. Nynaeve stared in wonder at what lay ahead down the river. The white bridge gleaming in the sun with a milky glow. Another legend, she thought. Glanced at the warder and the Aes Sedai riding just ahead of her. Another legend, and they don't even seem to notice. She resolved not to stare where they could see. They'll laugh if they see me gaping like a country bumpkin. 3 rode on silently toward the fabled white bridge. Since that morning after Shadar Logoth, when she had found Moiraine and Lan on the bank of the Arenal, there had been little in the way of real conversation between her and the Aes Sedai. There had been talk, of course, but nothing of substance as Nynaeve saw it. Moiraine's attempts to talk her into going to Tar Valon, for instance. Tar Valon. She would go there if need be, to take their training, but not for the reasons the Aes Sedai thought. Moiraine had brought harm to Egwene and the boys. Sometimes against her will, Nynaeve had found herself thinking of what a wisdom would do with the one power, of what she could do. Nor she realized what was in her head, though a flash of anger burned it out. Power was a filthy thing. She would have nothing to do with it, unless she had to. Cursed woman only wanted to talk about taking her to Tar Valon for training. Moiraine would not tell her anything. It was not as if she wanted to know so much. How do you mean to find them? She remembered demanding. So I've told you, Moiraine replied without bothering to look back at her. I will know when I am close to the 2 who have lost their coins. It was not the first time Nynaeve had asked, but the Aes Sedai's voice was like a still pond that refused to ripple no matter how many stones Nynaeve threw. Made the wisdom's blood boil every time she was exposed to it. Moiraine went on as if she could not feel Nynaeve's eyes in the back of her head. Nynaeve knew she must be able to. She was staring so hard. The longer it takes, the closer I must come. But I will know. As for the one who still has his token, so long as he has it in his possession, I can follow him across half the world if need be. And then, what do you plan when you've found them, Aes Sedai? She did not for a minute believe the Aes Sedai would be so intent on finding them if she did not have any plans. Tar Valon, wisdom. Tar Valon, that's all you ever say. And I am becoming part of the training you will receive in Tar Valon, wisdom, will teach you to control your temper. You can do nothing with the one power when emotion rules your mind. Nynaeve opened her mouth, but the Aes Sedai went right on. Lan, I must speak with you a moment. The 2 put their heads together, and Nynaeve was left with a sullen glower that she hated every time she realized it was on her face. It came too often as the Aes Sedai deftly turned her questions off onto another subject, slid easily by her conversational traps, or ignored her shouts until they ended in silence. The scowl made her feel like a girl who had caught acting the fool by someone in the wisdom circle. That was a feeling Nynaeve was not used to, and the calm smile on Moiraine's face only made it worse. If only there was some way to get rid of the woman, Lan would be better by himself. A warder should be able to handle what was needed, she told herself hastily, feeling a sudden flush, no other reason. But one meant the other, and yet Lan made her even more furious than Moiraine. She could not understand how he managed to get under her skin so easily. He rarely said anything, sometimes not a dozen words in a day, and he never took part in any of the discussions with Moiraine. He was often apart from the 2 women, scouting the land, but even when he was there, he kept a little to one side, watching them as if watching a duel. Nynaeve wished he would stop. If it was a duel, she had not managed to score once, and Moiraine did not even seem to realize she was in a fight. Nynaeve could have done without his cool blue eyes, without even a silent audience. That had been the way of their journey for the most part, quiet, except when her temper got the best of her, and sometimes when she shouted the sound of her voice seemed to crash in the silence against breaking glass. Land itself was quiet, as if the world were pausing to catch its breath. The wind moaned in the trees, but all else was still. The wind seemed distant, too, even when it was cutting through the cloak on her back. At first, the stillness was restful after everything that had happened. She seemed as if she had not known a moment of quiet since before winter night. Hey, Ninja! Hey, how's it going, Ninja? Been a while. Have you heard about the incident in DoorDash? No, Ninja. Not that I know of. Why, what's up, brother? How have you been, good sir? DoorDash incident? Oh! Yeah, I heard about that. She got fired? Good. What a fucking retard. Who the fuck does that? I'm allowed to sit with my junk out in my own house. You have no right to fucking do shit. Yeah, I'm so glad that she got fired. That's such bullshit. Yeah. Fucking hilarious. Absolutely deserved. You don't walk into someone's fucking house. Especially fucking joke around. Iliad Part 4 now. Okay, TLBG. Sounds good. Iliad Part 4. Only kiddos I will give is that, unlike most false essay accusations, she at least proved video to support, provided video to support her claim that she was SA'd. What, that there was a guy sleeping on the couch with his dick out? And yet, have you guys heard about this shit on Twitch? I wonder if he put out a video on it yet. No. That's why I put quote unquote when I said the word claim. Yeah. Okay, well, we can just go to the stream, and we can watch it from there, and you guys can tell me what you guys think of it.
Michelle.
Yesterday.
It's not good.
Here.
Video.
Here.
Game file.
Here.
I want you guys to like
here,
this. Like meme. Their kid died.
Yeah,
so
here.
She's saying that it's embarrassing for him that these two girls went up to him and sexually assaulted him. She's saying that that's embarrassing for him. What a disgusting fucking bitch. Really?
Fucking hoes.
Why is this bitch on the platform right now? There is literal video evidence of her sexually assaulting somebody. Really? Like, I mean...
But no one gives a fuck. Because it's a dude.
What is this? What is going on, man? Like...
It's women laughing off sexual assault against men. These two women were twerking all over this dude, and he did not want anything to do with it. And they literally grabbed him and went into Asmongold calling out this shit. Yeah. Like, where, is it earlier? Yeah, like, literally, like, right here. Like, watch this. This is the clip. So, yeah, it's the guy in the background. He just ran away. He's like, I'm getting the fuck out of here. These bitches are fucking crazy.
He don't want it, bro.
You don't want it!
You don't want it, bro.
So then they literally pick him up as he's saying stop and drag him into the fucking room. Imagine if the roles were reversed. What the fuck? But no one cares because it's a dude. Oh, you can't sexually... It's like you can't be racist against white people. You can't sexually assault men. It's not just women doing this. It's other... Like, look at everyone's around just recording this shit happening to them. It's also meant that's endorsing and supporting this. Yeah, exactly. Everyone else. And it's like, oh, he's smiling! It's like... That has nothing to do with it. He's just trying to get out of the situation. Like, yeah, and they literally pulled out a condom and tried to, like, pull down his pants and shit. It's like... If that... They would literally be in jail if they had done that to a woman. But no one gives a fuck because it was a dude. It's actually teamwork. Both men and women assaulting that man. Yeah. Oh, he was laughing! That has nothing to do with it. He said no. No means no. Get the fuck out. And even everyone else is like, dude, he doesn't want it. Like, leave him alone. And they still did it. So, hey guys, you never know, man. There might be a point in time when they just decide, you know what? We're just shutting the fuck Twitch down. We're just turning Twitch off. Twitch just gone. Bye-bye. Be better. Be better than Twitch. That's why I'm like, multi-streaming is the way to go, man. Rumble, Kick, and Twitter. We got this. Not YouTube, because I already have a strike on YouTube for fucking copyright for live streaming. So, unfortunately, I have been thinking about starting just another random channel on the side to stream from, just to grab people from YouTube. And if the channel gets deleted, I don't give a fuck, because I already have everything backed up on the other YouTube. But that's a future endeavor that I'll deal with at some point in time. After we've, like, fully established this YouTube. But yeah, here we go. Okay, so this is the Iliad, part 4.
Stories that are untrue. Rather, they are tales that don't fit neatly into the
Joke time! Let's
serve
go!
as a foundation to a culture. Fiercely the Trojans fight, pushing the Achaeans ever closer to their ships, and their only chance of ever seeing home again. All the while, Achilles still refuses to help, as the battle outside grows closer and closer. About this time, Agamemnon is willing to admit that maybe he shouldn't have alienated his best warrior. So he sends Odysseus, on his behalf, to offer Achilles gifts, as well as a promise to return Briseis if he will return to battle and help turn the tide. And he's hoping Achilles says yes, because if he doesn't, the Achaeans are well and truly hacked. Achilles paces in his tent, mulling over Agamemnon's offer, and trying not to think of his old allies getting cut down outside. Suddenly, his beloved lifelong companion Patroclus bursts in with tears streaming down his face, with dire news from the battle. The Trojans have pushed all the way to the front line, and they're running out of time. If you won't fight, at least let me wear your armor and lead your men into battle. If they think you're back, the soldiers will rally. While Achilles still can't forgive Agamemnon and doesn't want to be seen caring about the Achaean army, if Patroclus is asking, he's willing to listen. So he agrees, and just when all seems lost, Patroclus appears in Achilles' armor, leading the Myrmidons, tricking both the Trojans and the Achaeans into believing Achilles is back. Patroclus' plan worked. The Achaeans rally, and the Trojans reel. Patroclus is on a rampage, chasing after Hector and his retreating men. 3 times he charges the Trojan line, and 3 times he takes 9 Trojan lives. But after his final charge, Apollo has had enough. Disguised as one of Hector's allies, he sneaks up behind Patroclus and strikes him so fiercely on the back that his helmet flies off. Stunned and wounded, Patroclus desperately stumbles back toward the camp. But Hector notices this, and thinking he has a chance to defeat Achilles himself, he impales Patroclus with his spear. Patroclus falls with a thud, and the entire Achaean army is stunned. First, because they think their hero has died, and then because they realize what just happened. Hector strips Achilles' armor from the body and puts it on himself as a badge of honor. Back at the camp, when Achilles learns that his companion has died, he bursts into tears. He tears at his hair and throws himself on the ground. How could this have happened? Why did Patroclus have to chase Hector? I should have been there. Achilles' mother Thetis hears her son's cries and comes once again to comfort him, but also with a warning. She knows with her goddess foresight that if Achilles goes to avenge Patroclus, he will be killed. But Achilles doesn't care anymore. He loved Patroclus, and he will stop at nothing to get his revenge. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, a fight has broken out over Patroclus' body. Menelaus wants to return the body home for burial, but the Trojans want to capture the corpse and display it as a warning for the Achaean troops. When Achilles comes to the battlefield, wanting to see the body of his friend for himself, he is overcome with rage. And from the depths of his being erupts a war cry so ferocious, it channels the power of Ares himself. The Trojans are so terrified that they retreat, and the Achaeans recover Patroclus' corpse. And when Achilles finally lays eyes upon his dead beloved, his sorrow intensifies. He then vows to kill Hector and sacrifice 12 Trojan warriors on Patroclus' funeral pyre in revenge. Then, up on Olympus, Thetis pays a visit to Hephaestus, the mighty smith for the gods. She tells him what happened on the battlefield and asks him to build new armor for Achilles. He agrees, and the armor he makes is a masterpiece. It's embellished with a series of concentric rings, each of which represents various aspects of the universe. Cities, oceans, fields, weddings, farms, and wars. And now freshly armed, Achilles calls another assembly. He declares his beef with Agamemnon is over, for now, and he will be returning to war. While the Achaean and Trojan armies group for battle once more, Zeus calls an assembly of his own and proclaims to all of the gods that they're now allowed to just openly assist either side.
Uh-oh.
Hera,
This is
Athena,
where everything goes
Poseidon,
crazy, right?
Hermes, and Hephaestus leave at once to join the Achaeans, while Ares, Apollo, Artemis, and Aphrodite buck their alliteration naming trend and fly to the side of the Trojans. The endgame has come. Men sling swords and spears. Gods and goddesses unleash their power. And in the middle of it all stands Achilles. No longer a petulant teenager, he is now the embodiment of rage, of war, of power, of masculinity. And he is unstoppable. The Trojan forces flee in terror. None of them want to mess with Achilles. He kills so many Trojans that the rivers run red with blood and are choked with bodies. In fact, it gets so bad that the god of the river actually attacks Achilles with roaring currents and massive waves. Achilles almost falls under the onslaught, but Poseidon and Athena rush in to back him up, while Hera and Hephaestus attack the river with fire. And seeing his waters boil away, the river god relents. Bearing witness to Achilles' rage and the gods' increasing chaotic interventions, the Trojan army retreats, securing themselves once again behind their mighty walls, all but Hector. He realizes that the only way out of this is to face Achilles in combat, and so he stands alone outside the city gate. And now, Achilles and Hector will face off against each other to end the war once and for all.
Pumpkin Jeff is so cute.
Achilles throws his spear first and misses.
I
but
bet,
Athena
I
rushes
bet,
it back
Queen.
to him. Hector returns the favor, but his spear cannot pierce Achilles' divine armor. The two men circle each other, slowly closing in. And after a few feints, Achilles lunges forward and stabs Hector in the throat. As he dies, he begs that his body be returned to his family, but Achilles refuses. The Achaeans then run up to jeer and stab at Hector's corpse as Achilles strips off Hector's armor. Then he ties lifeless Hector to his chariot and circles the city 3 times, desecrating the body. Then, with the war over and Patroclus avenged, Achilles turns his attention to Patroclus' funeral. In the morning, the soldiers fetch wood and build the funeral pyre. The armies march out in full regalia. Patroclus is placed atop it, and as promised, Achilles sacrifices 12 Trojan captives on the pyre before setting it alight. And once the flames finally died down, Achilles gathers the ashes to be buried alongside him someday. And while that day would come soon enough, that's a tale for another time.
And then the next one's the Odyssey.
Prototypical war story, full of honor-bound conflicts and massive battles, while at the same time also functioning as an anti-war.
Jeff could get a skin to look like trash, and he would look like the cutest piece of trash ever. An Oscar the Grouch skin. Could you imagine Jeff with an Oscar the Grouch skin?
And at the center of it all is one powerful emotion: rage. A rage so great that even now, 1,000 years later, of it we still sing.
That'd be amazing,
Legendary
Queen.
thanks to Ahmed Ziad Turk, Alicia Bramble, Casey Mustia, Dominic Valenciano,
If he
Gunnar
was-
Corvus, Kyle Murgatroyd, and O'Reil's One.
Oh, Grinch or Max.
Oh, but yeah, that would be pretty good too. That'd be pretty good too.
Hell yeah. So many good options, right? Extra History does cover the Odyssey. Nice. Alright. Well, if no one else has any stories, Ninja, are you still here? Do you have a story for us? We haven't read your story in a while. There's a new Grinch game that just came out, if you didn't know. Really? I did not know that, Queen. Do you know the conspiracy for the Grinch? The Grinch conspiracy? I don't know, this is the specific one, but yeah, the idea that Jack Skellington was the Grinch before he died. So let's hear the full explanation for
One of
this.
the most iconic Halloween characters is undoubtedly Jack Skellington, the protagonist of the acclaimed movie The Nightmare Before Christmas. The film transports us to Halloween Town, a peculiar town located in a realm beyond life and death. Little is known about Jack's past before arriving in this gloomy place. But a fascinating theory points to a surprising possibility. What if this strange skeleton is actually the Grinch himself, the archenemy of Christmas reincarnated after his death? And what if there are clues like the Grinch's death, and even the ghost of his dog? Want to know more? In this video, we are going to talk about this interesting theory. And if you want to know more theories about your favorite series and movies, don't forget to subscribe to this channel. Welcome.
I don't know if Film Theory has done one on it. I'm gonna check, because if Film Theory's done one on it, we should watch that one. But I don't know. I don't think they have. Okay, yeah, no, they totally actually do have one. Okay, this one would probably be way better. Matt Pax is the best.
Please don't ask why. No one quite knows the reason.
This is a line from the original book, so I dug through the pages to give it a look. And wouldn't you know, I came to a theory for why the Grinch may not be so cheery. It isn't his shoes or some weird tradition. It all boils down to a pre-existing condition. So cozy up for a holiday tale you love most about a medical problem that went undiagnosed. Hello, Internet! Welcome to Film Theory, the show that's as cuddly as a cactus and as charming as an eel. So, like a lot of people, I decided to start the first week of December by kicking my feet up, opening Netflix, and watching the 2018 version of the Dr. Seuss Christmas classic, How the Grinch Stole Christmas. Actually gave me a few ideas for a really interesting theory, but when I went back to rewatch the movie just a few days later, it was gone. Completely removed from Netflix US as of December 4th. And I gotta say, really? Taking a Christmas movie off the most popular streaming service during the first week of December, right before the time of year when everyone wants to stream it? Do motion picture companies really think that they're gonna be able to squeeze an extra $3.99 out of me by taking the movie off the service right at the start of December? Cause if so, well, they were right.
Yeah.
But I had to call them all out just to let you all know who the real Grinches are this December. Anyway, we're here today to talk about everyone's favorite Christmas villain, except, is he a villain, really? And I'm not just doing the whole Film theory, the villain isn't the villain thing, I am asking this sincerely. Because if you look at how the character's introduced
Jim
in the
Carrey
first
one is
5
better.
minutes
Way
of the
better. Jim
28th
Carrey's just
movie, we're shown that by December 20th, he is sick of
peak.
hearing nothing but Christmas music on the radio. Think I've been there. He's a real grumpy pants in the morning who absolutely needs his morning coffee. That sounds familiar. And he relies on way too much cake to get him through his sad moments during the holidays.
How much emotional eating have I been doing?
My scale can verify that that one's true. Just saying, they could not have made the Grinch any more hashtag relatable. The sympathy for the Grinch is drilled home even more in the 2000 version of the movie with Jim Carrey, where the Grinch's entire backstory is that he was bullied as a kid for looking different.
You're 8 years old and you have a beard.
And when the teacher sees what's going on, she just laughs along with the bullies. Teacher of the year, everyone. This predictably leads him to lash out, destroy Christmas decorations, and declare that he hates Christmas. And then he leaves town and heads out to the mountains to live in a self-imposed exile for the next several decades of his life.
I hate Christmas. I hate it.
And that was the last time we ever saw him.
Look, it's easy to look at the Grinch and say, he's not the most pleasant guy in Whoville, but I think by comparison, he might actually be the most pleasant guy in Whoville, considering that nobody else in the town had any sort of compassion to think that maybe, just maybe, it might be worth forming a search party to go out and find the 8-year-old child who wandered off into the snowy mountains alone. Whew, what a rant. Now, of course, these are all the modern portrayals. The Grinch was actually a lot meaner in the classic 1966 cartoon and the 1957 Dr. Seuss book that it's based on. And what we're told in this classic version is that no one quite knows the reason for why the Grinch is so mean.
The Grinch hated Christmas, the whole Christmas season. Oh, please don't ask why. No one quite knows the reason.
And while the story then goes on to offer several working theories, like the fact that his shoes were too tight, or that his head wasn't screwed on just right, or that his heart was too small, the Grinch himself actually gives us a pretty straightforward explanation.
All those schoolgirls and boys will wake bright and early. They rush for their toys and then... oh, the noise, noise. There's one thing I hate. All the noise.
So today, what I want to prove is that the Grinch is kind of right. That contrary to the stories placing the blame on him or some unknown reason, we in
Oh, so I'm retarded, actually.
know
This
why.
has nothing to do with the actual Jack Skellington. I just thought it did. I just love film theory so much. Okay, let's go back to the theory.
Having a Halloween aesthetic, but talking about Christmas, it is
You
the
saw the
movie
Grinch
that
film
usually
theory and it was
dominates
up.
during this
This
season.
was up. Yeah, I
only
mean,
accompanied by other movies about Santa Claus or the Grinch. But what would you think if I told you that these movies could take place in the same universe, and that Jack is the reincarnation of an enemy of Christmas? This theory comes from a phrase that Jack Skellington mentions when he introduces himself. He says that at one point he was alive. This raises a question: what character was he before becoming a skeleton? If we analyze his current name, it seems to be a made-up one, and not his original
Jack is
name
way
from
more
when he
nice
was
than the
alive.
Grinch, though. Yeah.
Jack is a generic and common English name, while Skellington clearly alludes to his skeletal appearance. Therefore, it is logical to deduce that this peculiar name was adopted by Jack after he became an inhabitant of Halloween Town, and his former identity remains unknown. But why is Jack Skellington connected to the Grinch? To understand why he could really have been the Grinch in life, we must start with the physique of these two characters. If we analyze in depth the physical aspects of the Grinch and Jack Skellington, we find striking similarities between these Christmas characters. Starting with their build, both the Grinch and Jack are slender and stylish individuals with almost surrealistic proportions. Their limbs are long and thin as noodles, ending with disproportionately large hands and feet. Their bony, pale fingers with pointed claws resemble tentacles or tree branches. Their faces have angular features and prominent foreheads with piercing, slanted eyes. Their noses are small and pointed, while their ears are large, projecting from their heads in an exaggerated manner. Both possess crooked smiles that show sharp yellowish teeth. As stories go, the Grinch lives in isolation because he hates Christmas, songs, presents, and the joy of the Who's. However, when he finally understands the true Christmas spirit, his heart grows 3 sizes. Similarly, Jack Skellington becomes obsessed with Christmas when he accidentally arrives in Christmas Town, fascinated by its lights and traditions. He too experiences a transformation and understanding of the meaning of Christmas in the end. Let's talk about the towns: Halloween Town, where Jack Skellington lives, and Whoville, the Grinch's home. Comparing them, we could speculate that they are actually parallel universes distorted from each other. Both are clearly based on the aesthetics of traditional Christmas villages, with small houses and cobblestone streets. However, Halloween Town has a dark and sinister atmosphere, with twisted buildings, pumpkins, and references to terror everywhere. It is like a spooky and ghostly version of the cheerful and idyllic Whoville. Let's talk about the people of each village. Halloween Town is populated by creatures that at first glance may seem frightening. From dancing skeletons to witches and monsters, these citizens reflect everything we associate with the darkness and mystery of Halloween night. While they may have creepy appearances, in reality, many of them are friendly and simply enjoy the traditions of their holiday. In contrast, Whoville is a bright and festive place where everything revolves around Christmas. The Who's, with their wide smiles and big hearts, epitomize the Christmas spirit. They are the reflection of the joy, generosity, and warmth that we associate with this time of year. They celebrate with enthusiasm, singing carols and sharing moments with their loved ones. The monstrous citizens of Halloween Town are creepy versions of the cheerful and good-natured Who's of Whoville. They could represent their internalized fears and nightmares. 2 versions of the same coin, darkness and lightness. Another interesting element is the way in which each world faces Christmas. For Whoville, it is a bright and cheerful holiday, but in Halloween Town they fear it and do not understand it, interpreting it in a macabre and twisted way. Thus, both places explore the opposite extremes of the Christmas spirit. Whoville represents the bright side, while Halloween Town embodies the dark fears that lie behind the holiday. But perhaps one of the clues that many claim to be the definitive one is his faithful companion, his dog. Max, the dog, accompanies the bitter Grinch on his misdeeds, while Zero, Jack's ghostly dog, follows him on his adventures. The theory proposes that Max and Zero could be the same dog reincarnated. But then, if they really are the same character, how did the Grinch become Jack Skellington, and why doesn't he remember anything? Perhaps the clues lie in the endings of both stories. Recall that at the end of How the Grinch Stole Christmas, after the Grinch understands the true meaning of Christmas, his heart is said to have grown 3 sizes that day. Could we interpret this literally? It is possible that the Grinch's spiritual change physically affected his heart in a magical way, making it grow out of proportion until it caused his death. Thus his body would have died, but his soul would have been transported to the world of Halloween Town, reincarnated on the skeletal figure of Jack Skellington. When the spirit of the Grinch arrived in this new world dominated by the macabre and sinister, he would have lost all his conscious memories of his previous life, but his essence of what he was remained. Others also began to say that he looked like a skeleton, which led him to adopt his name. Hence, the bitter Grinch was reborn as the cheerful and enthusiastic Jack Skellington, with only a vague nostalgia for the Christmas he had so hated in his previous life. But tell me, is Jack Skellington really the Grinch? Let me know your opinion in the comments.
I mean, there are striking similarities, right? So I just love the fanfic idea of it, right? Because you think about it, it's like, I wonder what was in Tim Burton's head when he created it, and if inspiration for it was the Grinch. You never know. Minds work in mysterious ways, right? Well, that's the whole point of it, right? Is to imagine. It's not about knowing, it's about imagining. That's kind of one thing I'm like, I like open-endedness because it gives you the ability to think on your own. Right? It's like, it's pointing in a direction and it gives you a place to go, but it never truly takes you there. You have to go there yourself. And then the story feels like a part of you because now you're taking part in the end of the story. Which is in some cases the most important part. True, Toke. 3, 2, 1, Toke. Alright, back to Eye of the World. Let's go. First, the stillness was restful after everything that had happened. It seems as if she had not known a moment of quiet since before Winter Night. We already read that. Weighed on Moiraine and Plan 2. By the end of the first day alone, the Aes Sedai ignored her, though. She was looking over her shoulder and fidgeting in her saddle as if she had an itch in the middle of her back where she could not reach. Silence seems like crystal doomed to shatter and waiting for the first crack to put her teeth on edge. Weighed on Moiraine and Lan too, as outwardly unperturbable as they were. She soon realized that beneath their calm surfaces, hour by hour, they wound tighter and tighter, like clock springs being forced to the breaking point. Moiraine seemed to listen to things that were not there, and she heard put a crease on her forehead. Lan watched the forecast, and the river of the leafless trees and wide, slow water carried the signs of traps and ambushes awaited ahead. Part of her was glad that she was not the only one who apprehended that poised on the brink feel to the world. But if it affected them, if it was real, and another part of her wanted nothing so much as for it to be just her imagination. Something of it tickled the corners of her mind, as when she listened to the wind, but now she knew that had to do with the one power, and she could not bring herself to embrace those ripples at the edge of thought. "It is nothing," Lan said quietly when she asked. He did not look at her while he spoke. His eyes never ceased their scanning. Then, contradicting what he had just said, he added, "You should go back to your 2 rivers when we reach Whitebridge and the Camelin Road. It's too dangerous here. Nothing will try to stop you going back, though." It's the longest speech he made all that day. "She is part of the pattern, Lan," Moiraine said chidingly. Her gaze was elsewhere, too. "Is it the Dark One, Nynaeve? The storm has left us, for a time at least." She raised one hand as though feeling the air, then scrubbed it on her dress unconsciously, as if she had touched filth. He is still watching, however," she sighed. "And his gaze is stronger. Not on us, but on the world. How much longer before he is strong enough to..." Nynaeve hunched her shoulders. Suddenly, she could almost feel someone staring at her back. It was one explanation. She would just as soon the Aes Sedai had not given her. Lan scouted their path down the river, but where before he had chosen the way, now Moiraine did so, as surely as if she followed some unseen track. Footprints in the air, the scent of memory. Lan only checked the route she intended to see if it was safe. Nynaeve had the feeling that even if he said it was not, Moiraine would insist on it anyway. And he would go, she was sure, straight down to the river too. With a start, Nynaeve pulled out of her thoughts. They were at the foot of the White Bridge. The pale arch shone in the sunlight, a milky spiderweb too indelicate to stand, sweeping across the Arenelle. The weight of a man would bring it crashing down, much less that of a horse. Surely it would collapse under its own weight any minute. Lan and Moiraine rode unconcernedly ahead, up the gleaming white approach and onto the bridge, hooves ringing. Not like steel on glass, but like steel on steel. The surface of the bridge certainly looked as slick as glass, wet glass, but it gave the horses a firm, sure footing. Nynaeve made herself follow, but from the first step she half waited for the entire structure to shatter under them. If the lace were made of glass, she thought, it would look like this. It was not until they were almost all the way across that she noticed the tarry smell of char thickening in the air, and the moment she saw. Around the square at the foot of the White Bridge, piles of blackened timbers, still leaking smoky threads, replaced half a dozen buildings. Men in poorly fitted red uniforms and tarnished armor patrolled the streets. They marched quickly, as if afraid of finding anything, and they looked over their shoulders as they went, townspeople. The few who were out almost ran, shoulders hunched, as though something were chasing them. Lan looked grim, even for him, and people walked wide of the three of them, even the soldiers. Warder sniffed the air and grimaced, growling under his breath. It was no wonder to Nynaeve, with the stink of burn so strong. The wheel weaves as the wheel wills, Moiraine muttered. No eye can see the pattern until it is woven. The next moment she was down off Aldib and speaking to townsfolk. She did not ask questions, she gave sympathy, and to Nynaeve's surprise it appeared genuine. People who shied away from Lan, ready to hurry from any stranger, stopped to speak with Moiraine. They appeared startled themselves at what they were doing, but they opened up. After a fashion, under Moiraine's clear gaze and soothing voice, the Aes Sedai's eyes seemed to share the people's hurt, to empathize with their confusion, and tongues loosened. They still lied, though, most of them. Some denied there had been any trouble at all, nothing at all. Moiraine mentioned the burning buildings all around the square. Everything was fine, they insisted, staring past what they did not want to see. One fat fellow spoke with a hollow-heartedness, but his cheek... One fat fellow spoke with a hollow-heartedness, but his cheek twitched at every noise behind him. With a grin that kept slipping, he claimed an overturned lamp had started a fire that spread with the wind before anything could be done. One glance showed Nynaeve that no burned structure stood alongside another. There were almost as many different stories as there were people. Several women lowered their voices conspiratorially. The truth of the matter was there was a man somewhere in the town meddling with the One Power. It was time to have the Aes Sedai in past time. Was the way they saw it, no matter what the men said about Tar Valon. Let the Red Ajah settle matters. One man claimed it had been an attack by bandits, and another said a riot by Dark Friends. Those ones going to see the false dragon, you know, he confided darkly. They're all over the place, dark fiends, every one. Still others spoke of some kind of trouble. They were vague about exactly what kind. That had come downriver on a boat. We showed them, a narrow-faced man muttered, scrubbing his hand together nervously. Let them keep that kind of thing in the borderlands, where it belongs. We went down to the docks, and he cut off so abruptly his teeth clicked. And without another word, he scurried off, peering back over his shoulder at them as if he thought they might chase him down. The boat had gotten away, that much was clear. Eventually, from others cutting its moorings and fleeing downriver only the day before while a mob poured onto the docks. Nynaeve wondered if Egwene and the boys had been on board. One woman said that a gleeman had been on the boat. If that had been Thom Marilyn, she tried her opinion on Moiraine that some of the Edmondsfielders might have fled on the boat. The Aes Sedai listened patiently, nodding until she was done. Perhaps, Moiraine said then, but she sounded doubtful. An inn still stood in the square, the common room divided in two by a shoulder-high wall. Fucking ads. God damn ads. Need a granola bar during ads. Gotta get that energies in yours. Good stuff. All right. Or perhaps, Moiraine said then. She sounded doubtful. An inn still stood in the square, the common room divided by two by a shoulder-high wall. Moiraine paused as she stepped into the inn, feeling the air with her hand. She smiled at whatever it was she felt, but she would say nothing of it then. Their meal was consumed in silence not only at their table, but throughout the common room. A handful of people eating there concentrated on their own plates and their own thoughts. The innkeeper dusting tables with a corner of his apron, muttered to himself continually, but always too low to be heard. Nynaeve thought it would not be pleasant sleeping there. Even the air was heavy with fear. About the time they pushed their plates away, wiped clean with the last scraps of bread. One of the red uniformed soldiers appeared in the doorway. Seemed resplendent to Nynaeve in his peaked helmet and burnished chestplate, until he took a pose just inside the door, with a hand resting on the hilt of his sword and a stern look on his face, and used a finger to ease his too tight collar. It made her think of Sen Bui, trying to act the way a village councillor should. Lan spared him one glance and snorted. Militia. Useless. Soldier looked over the room, letting his eyes come to rest on them. He hesitated, then took a deep breath, before stomping over to demand, all in a rush, who they were, what their business was in Whitebridge, and how long they intended to stay.
We are leaving as soon as I finish my ale, Lan said. He took another slow swallow before looking up at the soldier. The light illumine good, clean morgues. The red uniformed man opened his mouth, then took a good look at Lan's eyes and stepped back. Caught himself immediately with a glance at Moiraine and her. She thought for a moment that he was going to do something foolish to keep the crowd in front. Sean, welcome, welcome. How's it going, good sir? How are you today? How was everything? I'm guessing everything went fine. You know, you had some things you had to do today. Weird day, might not write a chapter today. I did spot a title that I have to share. Ooh, okay. She thought for a moment that he was going to do something foolish to keep from looking the coward in front of two women. In her experience, men were often idiots that way, but too much had happened in Whitebridge. Too much uncertainty had escaped from the cellars of men's minds. The militiaman looked back at Lan and reconsidered once more. The warden's hard-planed face was expressionless, but there were those cold blue eyes, so cold. That time, I stuck in a toaster and was transported to another world. Oh my god. Exactly my response to reading that title. For fuck's sakes. There are those kinds of people, Ming. There are those kinds of people. That says everything to me about that character. The militiamen settled in a brisk nod. See that you do. Too many strangers around these days for the good of the Queen's peace. Turning on his heel, he stomped out again, practicing his stern look on the way. None of the locals in the inn seemed to notice. Where are we going? Nynaeve demanded of the warder. The mood in the room was such that she kept her voice low, but she made sure it was firm, too. After the boat? Lan looked at Moiraine, who shook her head slightly, and said, First, I must find the one I can be sure of finding, and at present he is somewhere to the north of us. Do not think the other two went on the boat in any case. Now I'm wondering just exactly what he'll stick his Pop-Tart into in an attempt to get back. That's how you hop from worlds. You gotta stick your dick in something. He'll shock your mind into a new reality. Literally. Lan looked at Moiraine, who shook her head. I don't think they went after the boat in any case. A small, satisfied smile touched her lips. They were in this room, perhaps a day ago, no more than 2. Afraid, but they left alive. The trace would not have lasted without that strong emotion. Which 2? Nynaeve leaned over the table intently. Do you know? The Aes Sedai shook her head. Slightest of emotions, and Nynaeve settled back. If they're only a day or 2 ahead, why don't we go after them first? I know they were here, Moiraine said, in that insufferably calm voice. But beyond that, I cannot say if they went east or north or south. I trust they are smart enough to have gone east toward Caemlyn, but I do not know. And lacking their tokens, I will not know where they are until I am perhaps within a half mile. In 2 days, they could have gone 20 miles or 40 in any direction. Fear urged them, and they were certainly afraid when they left here. But wisdom. However fearful they were, in whatever direction they ran, eventually they will remember Caemlyn, and it is there I will find them. But I will help the one I can find now first. Like, at least use an old-fashioned toaster that sits in front of the fireplace and you rotate it with your foot. Then when the pain hits, you simply pull away. But with an electric toaster, you might just have your muscles clench and you're stuck until the timer clicks. Whew. Roast hot dogs, anyone? Nynaeve opened her mouth again, but Lan cut her off with in a soft voice. They had reason to be afraid. He looked around, then lowered his voice. There was a half-man here, he grimaced, the way he had in the square. I can still smell him everywhere. Moiraine sighed. I will keep hope until I know it is gone. I refuse to believe the Dark One can win so easily. I will find all three of them alive and well. I must believe. I want to find the boys too, Nynaeve said, but what about Egwene? You never even mention her, and you ignore me when I ask. I thought you were going to take her off too. She glanced at other tables and lowered her voice to travel on. The Aes Sedai studied the tabletop for a moment before raising her eyes to Nynaeve's, and when she did, Nynaeve darted back from a flash of anger that almost seemed to make Moiraine's eyes glow. Then her back stiffened, her own anger rising. But before she could say a word, the Aes Sedai spoke coldly. I hope to find Egwene alive and well, too. I do not easily give up young women with that much ability once I have found them. But it will be as the wheel weaves. Nynaeve felt a cold ball in the pit of her stomach. Am I one of those young women you won't give up? We'll see about that, Aes Sedai. The light burn you, we'll see about that. The meal was finished in silence, and it was a silent three who rode through the gates and down the Camelin Road. Moiraine's eyes searched the horizon to the northeast. Behind them, the smoke-stained town of Whitebridge cowered. End of chapter 28. It is done! I need drink, though. I'll be right back. She had one appointment at 9 a.m., then we went to her brother's. So we could change our tires and balance them. Then she had another appointment at like 2 in the afternoon. Then I took a nap. It didn't wait till 7. Haven't eaten anything but a couple small pepperoni sticks. Brutal. Get your food, Sean. Go get some food, man. Alright, so let's move on to the reacts, since we have no other stories to go by today. Oh, actually, Sean, since you're here, you want to see the new story that we did? This is the new short that we did for the new story.
Dr. Schmore ran a swab across the light blue and red fibers protruding from the man's shoulder. They grew like hairs, but his skin wasn't built for these thick wires, causing savage, throbbing pain. Perfect for harvesting. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. You never know what will come for you if you do not. You have now entered the blue. Ken sat in an exam room with a metal chair. He grimaced as he ashed his cigarette in the tray attached to the chair's arm. He was not looking forward to this extraction. The air lingered with the casual smell of tobacco. A padded table with an overhead light loomed across the small room. The strange growths that started as mild soreness a month ago from simple ingrown hairs. Now they pierced his skin, lengthening daily and amplifying the agony so it seeped into his bones. He needed to return to work before his boss noticed. Pain clouded his focus, wobbling from a head rush with the last exhale of his cigarette as Dr. Schmore entered without a glance, lighting his own cigarette, speaking before turning to face Ken. "Remove your shirt for inspection." Ken complied, laying on the table, explaining the onset and worsening pain. The doctor nodded absently, jotting notes, then maneuvering the light over Ken's shoulder. He exhaled smoke and ashed his half-cigarette before putting on rubber gloves and grabbing something off the countertop. Doctor adjusted the light. "You may not want to hear this, but these appear self-inflicted." Ken tensed. "No, Doctor. They started as specks. I thought ingrown hairs. I scratched one and nearly passed out." Dried blood gleamed as the doctor probed with a swab. 3 days ago, I pressed it through the skin by prodding it. It was a thorn growing from the inside." Dr. Schmore fetched supplies. "Heard of Morgellons? Psychosomatic self-injury, like inserting wires to feign illness. A profound hypochondria." Ken started to sit up and protest, but the doctor pressed him down gently. "The mind plays tricks." He sprayed a numbing agent, then used tweezers, methodically poking and moving the fibers. Ken didn't flinch. Extraction begins. "Tell me if it hurts." With practiced precision, he plucked the wires, dabbing blood as it coagulated. Reverently, he held the red and blue strands in his hand, sealing them in a biohazard bag, opening a cupboard, revealing dozens of similar bags filled with identical wires. Thank you for listening. Do not forget to like,
Yeah, what do you think, Sean?
and subscribe.
We have to do a little bit of editing on this one, where we have to, like, that's where that doctor is either an idiot or else is in on the truth and trying to cover it up. Exactly, Sean. Exactly. He's a harvester. There were some things I had to cut out in order to make the time limit of the story. But I wanted it to be like, it's like the 1970s, 1980s. Like, you know, doctor's smoking, he's smoking in the clinic, like no one really gives a fuck. That's supposed to like set the time period. But everyone fucking smoked everywhere and no one gave a fuck. The good times. Better option then for a smart doctor would be to claim a new virus and nobody understands it yet. But Sean, if you know Morgellons, then you know, like, what it is. Like, that's the whole point. Like, what makes you think that, like, for instance, the doctor is an idiot because he's talking about Morgellons? Because the whole series revolves around the fact that Morgellons is real, and it's people being gaslit by big pharma into thinking it's a psychosomatic delusional thing where people are, you know, they're like, no, you're not actually growing wires out of your skin, you're just like, it's a pretty fucking big deep rabbit hole. And it's like, why specifically double blind? Tell the patient that it's a new virus, but that the public is being told that it's fake to prevent a panic. Most patients will accept that. But the problem, Sean, is the whole point is that it's Morgellons disease. So why would I say it's a new virus if it's Morgellons disease? That's where I'm confused. So I feel like I'm like moving away from the main point if I bring up, oh, this is a new virus, instead of just saying this is Morgellons. Tell the public it's the Morgellons disease, but the patients would be told the truth as the doctor describes it. Otherwise, a smart patient will call BS and start screaming. But this is a real disease, Sean. That's what I'm super, like, confused. Like, I don't know what angle you're coming at this with, right? Like, why would you tell the patients one thing but tell the public another? Like, it is a new disease, but that's not what anyone knows. So, are you saying that I should say, as the doctor, in his own head, the patients are frustrated but still trusting, while the public is being told that the wires are all in the patient's heads? No, it's not that they're in the patient's heads, it's that all of these people work in tech, because that's how they get infected. So they blame the fact that they work in tech on them taking wires from their work and just kind of putting them inside of their skin and then saying, hey, look, this is growing on my back, I gotta go. Because it's not that the wires are fake, it's that they're not growing out of you, they're being put in by you or someone else. It's like you like black out and start shoving wires into your arm. Essentially, that's the idea behind it. And it's like you're usually in like a delusional state when it's happening, so you're not paying attention. Yeah, I get what's actually happening. I was only trying to come up with a method of hiding the actual truth from both the public and patients and the public. So you mean stating the actual truth to the reader through the doctor? Because remember, each one of these shorts relates to a longer story. These are just like almost like excerpts. Right? Just like the letters are for each of the other stories in Lisa Lives Forever. So the whole point is kind of to be vague and raise these questions so that people go read the actual story. Or listen to the actual story video. Right? Because I want these to directly tie to those stories. So I did have something like that. You would know that the doctor is a harvester. And his job is to find people that are infected and harvest the wires for examination. And this story, like these 5 stories, are basically in between Trevor and Sam. And they're showing the evolution of technology where basically they evolve from being needing wires to being wireless. And that's how they get to you. And then they prod and proc your brain. But it was someone like Maya who needed like extra training, essentially, because her mind was resisting. So Sam would need the same. But just seeing Maya there and Maya on the other side is what flinched him to swap over. There could be something where the doctor says they aren't actually wires, but some sort of calcium growth, something more acceptable to the mind than wires growing through their skin. I don't know, just a thought. Well, they're supposed to be like hairs. They're like hairs growing out of his shoulder, but they're like fibers and they're thicker. That's kind of what like happens at the beginning, right? It's like explaining the wires themselves sticking out of his shoulders, like hairs growing, or like, you know, those random shoulder hairs that you get. Imagine those being like really thick red and blue like hairs, like red and blue tint on them. Like one's super ginger and the other one's like, I don't know, what's blue? Pale as fuck, that's what. Probably like grayish, right? The random pig bristle, but thicker. Yeah. Bristle. Yeah. And like growing out of his back and out of his shoulders kind of idea, right? So that's why I was trying to encompass that in like the first little paragraph there. Because I didn't have enough time to fit it into the entirety of it, right? And since there's so much packed in it, you kind of have to worry about, like, the vocabulary that's being used. right? That's kind of one of the big things with it. Yeah, I see where you're coming from with that. Clarity is key, but the biggest problem is the length. Like, we are literally 3 milliseconds from being too long. I was like, do I have to cut? And I had to cut out part of the conversation where it talked about his job. Yes, my point is that the doctor would attempt to play both sides, hiding the truth while keeping the trust of the patient. So you think saying it's Morgellons disease and it's self-inflicted puts him at odds with the patient? Fucking ads. Fucking ads. Alright, get ready for a toke. 3, 2, 1, toke! So Sean, what you're saying is, saying that it's Morgellons disease is putting the doctor and the patient at odds. Because he's saying that it's self-inflicted and basically, like, you know, accusing the main character of doing this to himself. Bustle Mickey Heb. Yo, what's up, brother? Welcome. How are you, good sir? Welcome to the stream. How's your day going? Currently need to do some editing on this. 'Cause this should actually be Maya. Yeah, he needs the patient to keep coming back, so he'd tell a different lie to the patient to keep their trust and explain that the mental illness is a cover story while the medical professionals are attempting to figure things out more thoroughly to prevent panic. The patient is perfectly safe and sane, but we have to pretend otherwise. I mean, I definitely see where you're coming from, but that is a big assumption that he wants the people to come back. And that there's also another assumption with that there's another way. And if you remember, Sean, this is the other way.
Knuckles whitened against the grip of the pliers as I barely squint back the tears. A scream rips from my throat as the pressure grips the fibers. The doctor's words echo. Delusional parasitosis, self-inflicted. What kind of person does this to themselves? The pain scorches through my arm as I yank them free. Don't forget to like, comment, and...
So he does, the whole point is that he doesn't go back, and he starts removing them himself. That's a huge plot point. If they went to a different clinic, I assume the collectors are attempting to keep the whole thing secret.
The harvesters. But the harvesters are also in the dark. So to them, all they're doing is collecting samples for study. They don't know anything about anything, so they don't necessarily should care if the patient comes back. Right? Like, they know more than the patient, but that's because they're a doctor. Does that make sense? Because the whole point of the story is him not to go back to the doctor.
And him to start pulling the shit out himself. It almost makes it worse if a doctor just goes along with that and not telling his patient the truth. Well, all the doctor's been told is that, act as if it's self-inflicted and gaslight the patients. That's, yeah. So it's just like, it's like not believable? Is that what you're saying, Sean? Like, it's not believable for the doctor to go along with it without telling the patient? If he himself is not part of the system? Which no doctor would accept. A scientist fully in on the experiment would accept it, but not a medical doctor. But the fact that he's a harvester means that he's, like, very specifically chosen for this task. Like, he's specifically trained in order to remove these. That's why it's, like, the precision of his hands and how well he does it. Because he knows exactly what he's doing because he's been trained to do it. So you would assume that because he's a harvester, he knows more. There would need to be some governmental BS in the background with NDA and the like. He wouldn't be a normal medical doctor. Well, no one ever said he was a normal medical doctor. His name's Dr. Schmore. I thought that was probably one of the biggest clues that I gave was his name. His name and the fact that he's a harvester. And how he knows exactly what he's doing. And he's clearly lying to the patient. So it's supposed to evoke this, there's more going on here than meets the eye. And they're like, well, yeah, like you said, why would the patient ever go back to that doctor? Well, he doesn't. He goes and starts ripping them out himself, enduring the pain, and collecting them as evidence. So, paging Dr. Armstrong, please report to reception. Paging Dr. Fireberg, please report to the lounge. And the biggest problem, Sean, is like I said, I'm literally 3 frames off of being too long. No, I don't know what that means, Sean. But it's like I don't have room for it in this in this clip. Right? Like, I basically had to cut everything out in order to get it. I even had to cut out the conversation about his job and him working in tech. Dr. Armstrong is the code for calling security, while Dr. Fireberg is calling for suppression. I'm super confused what that even has to do with the story. Sorry, Sean. You totally lost me, bro. Plus, this is like the 1970s. I don't, like... Did they do that in, like, the 70s? I don't even know if this clinic has a PA system. Those are actual hospital codes you can hear over the intercom. When you mention a doctor's name, it just popped into my head. But how recent is that? And we're talking, like, a shitty, rundown clinic. Like, it's specifically, like, a clinic. Like, it's not like a doctor's office. It's like a walk-in clinic, right? A walk-in clinic in the 1970s, where they're smoking cigarettes in the client office and the doctor's smoking a cigarette. The whole idea of it is to evoke in the reader, this is absolutely unprofessional as fuck. But it doesn't matter where it is, it's a clinic. It's just a clinic, right? The entire scene just takes place in, like, that one room. So it's like, there's no explanation, there's no anything. All you need to know is that the doctor is a harvester, he's fucking suspicious, and the patient did not do this to himself. So, like, I don't know what I would need to cut to even do anything like that with the story. Because it's like, what do I cut out? I need to make, like, 20 seconds worth of... Like, I literally have to cut the intro and the outro out. Which, as everyone says, like, your call to actions are your most important thing on your channel. Make sure you have call to actions and you're telling people to fucking subscribe and like and comment. I think it's fine as it is, just commenting is all. Most people aren't as nitpicky as I am. Well, I'm interested in your opinion, Chung, because I wanted to delve deeper into it and why you felt that way. And you felt the same, like, you had the feeling I was evoking, which is, why would this guy ever go back? But your problem was siding with the doctor and not siding with the patient. Does that make sense? Because if you're siding with the doctor, you want more information to figure out, oh, why did he do this wrong? Yeah, I'll be right back. Gotta take some dryer sheets to Marion across the street. No worries, Sean. I gotta fix this up so it actually sounds right. Stared up at Maya. Okay, we're good on that. Not how had she found me. It should be like, why was she here? Or like, how did she get here? What did I miss? How had I been so blind, walking straight into this nightmare? My mind raced, fragments of panic colliding with messages I'd prepared. These frantic warnings typed out. Okay, we already got that. From my phone. Correct. Metallic tank, fear. Spirit of mine, a warm laugh echoing memories of a ghost. Maybe, with all of us. Swallowed whole. So this is supposed to be the moment that he gets taken over. Now it would end with me. The final piece fitting into the network. There. That evokes the feeling that he gets absorbed, right? Something like my new home. Maybe. I don't know about this. I think I just need the one sentence. The final... and it would end with me, the final piece fitting into the network. Maya vanished. So we're talking about Maya leaving a void. Brilliant. The guy who believed in her. This is mirroring the story. Whispering to lesser minds. Wait, is it here? No. Oh wait, that was the other thing I was gonna add. Okay, so we need network. Underground, also known visible empire. I swear there was some place I mentioned something about Should be up here, though. Fortress. In the wind. Is it witness? Okay, it's all the way down there. So. Huh. So we need like an extra paragraph in here about Trevor. And Maya sending information. Since it's publishing everything. Okay, so I think right here is where we need to place this. No, it can't be. Mama Buckle, yo, yo, what's up? Welcome, welcome. Letter in my pocket, last words that'll ring in my head. These digital whispers of a system that lured to the lost, weak, promising an escape from the pain. How you doing, King? I'm doing great. We're trying to figure out where... I need to add a paragraph about, like, a little bit of backstory thing about another character and, like, messages and where he got the information from. But I don't know exactly where to put it. I want to put it probably here. Yeah. Because it has to go before, like, the actual start. Because it needs to know where... Finding a way to shut it down. Maybe that's where I should put it. So, like, letters and messages from unknown sources. Directed to Maya's login. She is leading me. Deeper I tread, the darker it got. Then, like a beacon of hope, end of a tunnel, it appeared. A file. The file. experiment on minds that resisted the signal got caught halfway, unable to leave the physical forms. There was one specific name. Trevor. Jar number 1. Brain in a jar. There. Boom. Something like that. Because we already know who Trevor is from the other one. And we know that he's a brain in a jar. So that's where it connects the story here. Where you're like, oh shit. Okay, I see where this is going. And then somewhere down here, Maya's staring at him. And he's gonna have the realization. Because at the top, it's like, what did I miss? Right? He's like, what did I miss? How was I so blind? And it's because he was following Maya, he wasn't following Trevor. And Trevor was the actual one who was feeding him data, but he was searching for Maya. And searching for Maya led him here. Okay, I think this is Trevor's perspective, or nope, Okay, so that's everyone arriving. So he needs to where does he confront Maya? Right here. So this originally had Lisa in this scene, so we need to get rid of Lisa. It's just Maya. Whoops. Of course, they're graded like nails on bone. We can escape the network. We are the signal. We've upgraded. Extended her hands. Her fingers, once so tender, now cold and mechanical in their grace. Come, Sam. Join us. You're the final step. So during this scene here, he needs to have that epiphany moment of, if it wasn't you, who was it? And then that puts an idea. And it's like, Trevor's whole thing is that he doesn't want anyone to know that it's him, right? So there has to be something here where kind of Sam slips up and gives Trevor away. And that's like the pivoting moment of where Lisa's like, oh, I see what's going. Oh, I can use this to my advantage. So we still want to mention Lisa, but she's not here. Lisa's what we're running from. So most of this is... Okay, let's just find... Is this the first Lisa? Okay, so yeah, so this should say Maya. Read from the shadows. Flawless. Void. Bottomless pits. Okay, we can get rid of this. So, I think you should say something like, I know this was all Lisa doing. Maya, fight it, come back to me. You led me here for a reason. Boom. Right there. And then he's like, oh, I led you here? What do you mean I led you here? Well, that's an interesting concept. What do you mean I led you here? Wait, has Trevor been interfering on the outside? Oh, I see. He's been using her as a vessel. Oh, this makes so much sense. Hazel Wolfington, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. How are you? We're in ads again. Fucking ads. Gotta get these ads the fuck out of here. No one wants nothing to do with this shit. Fuck ads. Fuck ads. That shit is nah, bruh. That shit is nah. We having none of that. Get some ads up in here. Okay, there. Somebody say, I know this was Lisa's doing. Maya, fight it. Come back to me. You led me here for a reason. I know you're in there. My soul crumpled. I had been misled this whole time, falling into Lisa's trap. I'd been misled this whole time, falling into Lisa's trap. She was the architect of it all. Okay. Woman who transcend flesh. I'll never join you. I'd rather die. Sam? We can live forever together. Why his laugh chilled me to the core, a hollow, echoing sound that reverberated in my bones. More footsteps, slow and measured, my stomach dropped. Plummeting void. More mindless vessels walked down. Forward. Stepped. Rose. Beside her. Okay, this is supposed to come up earlier. So... sucked at my soul. Echo. So I emerged. No trace of wires. I'd imagined dripping from her brain. But her eyes, dead, glassy voids like the others staring through me. Maya? I whispered. The knife slipped from the wound. Maybe I should say, a woman. And you think that it might be Lisa, and then it's like, oh no, it's actually Maya. Numb fingers glided forward. No! The trail hit like a physical blow, crushing. You know this was Lisa's doing. Couldn't hold myself back. I knew it was useless. I had to try. Begged. I know this is Lisa's doing. Maya, fight it. Come back to me. You led me here for a reason. I know you're in there. Maya just smiled and leaned forward with a whisper. Join us. My soul crumpled. Actually, you should say, who led you here? I'll never join you. Just leading the whole time. Twitch on Maya's face. Almost anger, then realization. The smile widened. Trevor, she whispered. Not to me. The network. Muscles regained their composure. I'll never join you, I yelled, my voice cracking, stumbling back on legs that felt like jelly. I'd rather die. Okay, Maya's laugh, footsteps, floating void, guidance, the schematics that felt like her nudges, dreams. Care that once warmed me now paralyzed. Yeah, okay, that's good. Control blade, falling for my phone, pressing the sequence to send the messages. With slick, sweat-drenched fingers. Course. The bone. Okay, and then we switch. So, Queen, you were saying something about making it, like, more clear that he got... that Sam is turned to the dark side, essentially? Should I do that right here? It says, come, Sam, join us. You're the final step. So it would be something like... Maya reached out her hand. The world fell. Oh wait, we have to change. Okay, and we have to change what happens here because he okay, this is where things get kind of weird, right? Because he thinks that he gets away, but he doesn't get away. He's actually being used by Maya. So if we go up to where we needed to here, where he thinks he's taking the... whatchamacallit. So I'm thinking something like he just kind of... how do we keep this together, right? Okay. Right here. As her hand touched my head, everything went blank. Ran through corridors, lights flickering before me. I don't remember what I called it, but whatever the seed, the virus data packet clinched tightly. Duffel bag was gone. All I needed was my phone and the tablet. And the cord. I had all three. At least that part had worked out. How had I been so stupid? And then I heard it, a buzzing sound, and then a chirp. It's my phone. And then a click. Tried the door. It opened. I knew she was in there. I opened the door and ran over to my phone. Okay, I know what went wrong. Okay, I know what went wrong here. That's what happened. Because there were two paths that I was taking when I was originally writing it. One path is that Sam gets captured. And in order to get him to escape, the Trevor had to upload his mind into the machine in order to get Sam out. So I think that's the reason why I cut this scene. Because I didn't actually need to have Sam's perspective of him escaping. I just needed to indicate that he was captured. And he resisted the network. I am back. Most of the trash is taken care of too. Nice, Sean. Hell yeah. Okay. So now I realize what my thought process was for removing this specific scene. Yeah, so I don't need this, because this is all happens from Trevor's perspective. He thinks that he's helping Sam, but Sam's actually gonna show up. So all I need is at the end here, never resisted all my might. They would never have my mind. World black. There. And then he's captured, but he's not, like, part of the system yet. So, somewhere down the line, he needs to become part of the system. And that's the idea of... Now this clashes with the other idea here that he has to rescue Sam. But that's all a facade created by Lisa. So they're purposefully not taking Sam's mind to make, and then they do take his mind. And at the end you realize that he gave up. Or they got through to him, right? In some way, shape, or form. Trevor stirred a fragment of consciousness amid the cacophony of merged minds. A scream pierced the void, a mind fighting, raw and familiar. New voice to the network. Clear drum ringing above the rest. A mind that knew how to resist, but it couldn't last long. There. That's the hint. And then he has to act super fast in order for it to not not happen. He's like, what do I do? And he's like, okay, well I can act through Maya. I had to play, Trevor would have to play his trump card. Biggest gamble. Maya, his conduit to the outside world, the fragile seed he'd planted years ago in a desperate bid to resist, to cling to his humanity. He'd hidden charge of himself in the code, whispering through her like a ghost in the machine, guiding someone, anyone who could strike back. Okay, that's good, that's all good. And he knows who Sam is because he's been tracing, awareness to trace the chaos. Sam. Plan unfolding, but twisted into something grotesque. A knot of failure tightening around him. So this is where it's like explaining Trevor's given him all the ideas, right? Boomed in his consciousness. That same mocking tone. And his brain in a jar. Sam here in the core. His presence, a bright anomaly amid the uniformity. Vulnerable yet key. Beacon that stirred something deep in Trevor's disembodied soul. Fought from his jar for decades. Misguided. Sam is your grandson. Shock rippled through Trevor's mind. Because it's like, this is the important part to, like, Trevor's supposed to be, like, in a mental battle with Lisa here, and this is what completely offsets him. And that's basically his downfall right there. Is him having that personal connection now. With just that simple knowledge was enough. And then he just falls back into his ways. Memories and everything. He's remembering everything. And then he's like, the only way to stop it is to upload. And then he uploads himself into Sam's phone. Now this is why here I want the other scene, because I want it to lead up to this point, but I don't want it to quite be the same. So yeah, maybe I actually do want it. And it makes it seem like he's captured. So you could do like one of these, right? Like a time pass. And I gotta say, he's specifically inside, like, a single room. Like, he's captured. You need to break this part of the story up so you can add in the stuff you want. It's just this one scene, though, that's like Trevor's escape, or Sam's escape, and then this is supposed to be like a backtrack, right? So in this scene, so like instead of this being one video, it could be a two-part video. But I feel like it's not enough, right? It's like it's almost like 3 acts, right? Like you got the act 1 to build everything up, act 2 is everything getting fucked over, and then act 3 is like Trevor fucking trying to fix everything. Or meaning you can get what you want in there. I just need a reason for Trevor to upload his mind into the system. It's just there's a little bit of a time warping, right? Because both things are happening at the same time. So, like, instead of jumping from, you know, going to black, and then the original thing was going to Trevor's mind, and then having Trevor do it, and then jump back to the main character, Sam, and then jump back, but I figured not having those jumps would be better. So I think I'm just going to say I'm sitting in a cell. Woke up in a small room. No furniture. No bed. No chair. Just a warm, almost heated floor. Door. Simple metal frame with small window. Keypad on the no. There was no handle on the door. How had I been so stupid? And then I heard it, a buzzing sound and a chirp. It was my phone. I reached into my pocket to check the messages it sent. To connect to network. Oh, what a joke. Network. Yeah. The one time I need to. Hope began to fade. Then a click. Tried the door. It opened. Is it Maya? Had she broken through? The piece of her still hanging on? She was there. Opened the door, ran over the door. Okay, so this is yeah, so I ran over to my he already has his phone. So maybe he doesn't have his phone. Okay. So it's just me opening the door, but we need to get rid of this. Wait, maybe we gotta open the door on my phone, right? Chirped again. There's a message. Get to the mainframe. And a map, my location, like a GPS. Snagged the phone, the duffel bag, began to run. Okay, here we go. And now this is supposed to be like... Oh, I know exactly what to do. I know exactly what to do. Okay, perfect, perfect. So Maya's gonna be standing outside of the door, when he gets to the door in the mainframe, and Maya's going to be standing in front of the mainframe, and he's going to say, step aside, and then she's going to be like... It's going to be some sort of thing like he's going to lose all hope because he's going to open the door and it's going to be Lisa and Trevor there staring at him. Not the mainframe that he thought he was going to. And it's going to be like all hope loses in his eyes, and then both Lisa and Maya put their arms on his shoulders, and it's like his mind being torn from his body. And then maybe he winds up as another brain in a jar sitting beside Trevor. So it'll end with him with his hand on the door, right? And then, because Miles stand aside and say, go ahead, open it. See your dreams come true. Something like that. Where I'm like, is Maya even there? Now I'm rethinking. Does Maya even need to be there? Because the original thought was Maya's there, Maya turns him, Maya opens the door, and then he walks in. But I'm like, if he has the same training and can resist, then maybe he becomes a brain in a jar too. But then again, Trevor's already uploaded into his phone. So it's like, I think the cleanest ending is him literally giving up and realizing that he can't win, and then he just lets his guard down and lets them take his mind so he can be with Maya in some small way. But I'm like, does that ruin the ending? Oh my god, I hate this. But you just gotta do what you gotta do, right? So I think that's just the way it's gonna be. So option one, Maya's at the door, and, you know, the scene ends with him seeing her standing as his final obstacle. And then it goes to Trevor. And Trevor going into his phone. And then you're like, wait, wasn't that Maya? But it was actually Trevor the entire time. And that's why we mentioned Trevor as the brain in the jar, as the original seed of everything. That was the hint from the very beginning, right? And then that pulls everything back together. And this is him slowly losing his mind as he's running through the maze. Because he thinks what he's doing, right? But he's not actually doing it. That's supposed to be the idea of it. So I kind of like this. And then it's just like he opens the door. And Lisa's standing there, and she's like, oh, you thought you could escape us? And then he winds up being the brain in the jar. So Trevor's uploaded into the system, but he is now there. So it's basically like Trevor's brain is dead, so he's like the reminder, so he'll just be kind of stationed beside it. So that's kind of like the final thing at the end will be him having the same sensation of having his brain ripped out of his body. I'm still not satisfied with it. I think Maya has to be in front of the door, and I think he has to fail and fall apart, and everyone has to be part of the network, and this part infers everything else that happens after this. So Because this is originally supposed to be kind of like a weird dream sequence kind of thing where he's hallucinating and he doesn't really know what's going on. But it's like everything's closing in around him. Last door. One last obstacle in his way. Maya. She stood with that smile that haunted him. It haunted me. For first person. Obstacle. One last obstacle in my way. Maya. She stood with that smile. It haunted me. Did you really think this would work? Oh, she opened the door for me. That's all I needed. Just connect this to the mainframe, and it was all over. Now there's the question of do I connect the thing and the thing goes wrong and everything gets fucked up and it's like it didn't work. I want Sam to turn. Fuck it. I want Sam to turn here. And that's why it's like, there's this huge... I need to fix this clash of the reason why Trevor is uploading his mind. And this scene is the fix, but I don't know how to make this scene. Okay, the best I think is we have him enter the room. So we have Maya open the door. He enters the room. It's not the mainframe. It's Lisa and Trevor. And like Trevor's like lab thing where his brain is. And you know, there's all the people that were those red dots surrounding him. So there's everyone there. And then he goes inside, and then Trevor has to watch from inside the network now that he's he had to upload himself in order to save Sam, but Sam wasn't able to accomplish it because Lisa had tricked him and changed the schematics in his phone and like led him to believe that he was going to the mainframe, but he wasn't. But I don't know how to allude that Trevor being in his phone made him go in the wrong place. How do I reconcile that? The only thing I think of is that the brain center, where Trevor's brain is like the laboratory where she like takes the brains out. I need to make it somehow feel like this is this is a dream. This isn't real. This isn't really happening. This is a hallucination. You know, you think you're doing one thing, but you're doing something else. The distraction. The distraction. The distraction. Perfect. Okay, the distraction. His slip up. That was Trevor's slip up. The distraction. That one tiny moment when he had that flashback, that's when Lisa altered the schematics and sent Sam to the laboratory, not to the mainframe. I just have to point that out, and we're fucking golden. See, just takes a little bit of creativity and molding things around, fill in all those gaps super easily. I totally forgot that I had that distraction set in there. On Trevor's side. We can totally use that to our advantage now. I'm going to say she opened the door for me. Sight on the other side almost broke my heart. I don't know, soul, will. Sight on the other side almost broke my will. So you know that something's fucked up, and then we go to Trevor. All the way through this, and then Sam's gonna come through the door. So where do we want to end here? So we kind of need to shear up some things in this part to make sure that it all weaves together. In vast swirling digital expanse of the network, Trevor stirred a fragmented consciousness amid a cacophony of merged minds. A scream pierced the void, a mind fighting, raw and familiar. A new voice to the network, a clear drum ringing above the rest. A mind that knew how to resist, but it couldn't last long. Trevor would have to play his trump card, the biggest gamble. Maya, his conduit to the outside world, the fragile seed he'd planted years ago in a desperate bid to resist, to cling to his humanity. He'd hidden shards of himself in the code, whispering through her like a ghost in the machine, guiding someone, anyone who could strike back. Now her essence was caged, flickering light dimming in the oppressive dark, probing deeper threads of data snaking through his awareness. He traced the chaos. Sam, the plan unfolding, but twisted into something grotesque, a knot of failure tightening around him. That's the hint that, like, Sam's basically got caught, right? And he's doing other stuff. Lisa's voice boomed in his consciousness, that same mocking tone from half a century ago, laced with the sibling cruelty that still stung like fresh wounds. Trevor, you're not a very good boy, are you? Even as a brain in a jar, you're troublesome. But I have a secret for you. He ignored the bait, the taunt, that echo, their fractured childhood, sifting through the data streams with a weary determination. Sam, here in the core, his presence a bright anomaly amid the uniformity, vulnerable yet key. a beacon that stirred something deep in Trevor's disembodied soul. Trevor had fought from his jar for decades, since fleeing their childhood lab after witnessing what Lisa had become, a monster born of ambition. Their parents' neglect had forged her like a blade, cold and sharp. His misguided support had enabled it, a regret that gnawed at him eternally, a phantom pain in his absent body. Now that regret fueled his resistance, a flickering flame against the encroaching void. The secret? Sam is your grandson. That's the moment. Like an electric surge, fracturing his thoughts into shards of disbelief. Lisa wove herself into his mind. Pressing him towards her end. He made a mistake. Time had blurred in his limbo. How long had he floated here? A preserved brain in viscous fluid. The cold glass, his eternal prison. Ellen, their son, a lineage he'd never known, a branch of life sprouting from the ashes of his failures. Pride surged through him, warm and unexpected, mingled with a sorrow that ached like a lost limb. Memories flooded in waves, comforting Lisa as children in their barren home. Her small hand in his as tears streaked her face, building crude gadgets in the basement. Laughter echoing off the damp walls. Human moments, pure and untainted, for the machine devoured them both. He had to act. The urgency, a sharp spike in his awareness, uploading fully into the network, risked everything. Dissolution, absorption, but it was the only way, a final sacrifice. Lisa, he projected, his voice steady after years of silence, carrying the weight of unspoken apologies. Remember the lab, before all this? Now he's trying to distract her, right, with this. But he doesn't realize that she's already snuck in. She paused, a flicker in her digital presence, almost human. A glitch of vulnerability that tugged at the remnants of his heart. You comforted me when Mom ignored us. Said we'd build our own world. Trevor fed the nostalgia, his words a gentle lure, buying precious time as he seeped into the system like ink in water. Infiltrating Sam's phone with tendrils of code. Doors unlocked with soft beeps. Maps updated in real time. Red alerts flaring for the pursuers closing in. He saw through cameras, felt the chase viscerally. Sam running, his breaths heaving in panic. The hub drawing near like a black hole. Fully uploaded now, his essence dispersed yet focused. Trevor confronted her in the digital ether. It ends now. Lisa's laugh echoed through the expanse. A cascade of mocking data. You underestimated me, brother. Always did. Through Maya's eyes, her form, a borrowed vessel. He stared at Sam. The connection intimate and horrifying. So this part, probably most likely everything from here kind of needs to be changed. Because he's seeing Sam on the other side. Right? And then the door is going to open. So the door is going to open. And Sam's going to walk in. And then Sam's going to be like, yo, wait, what? This isn't the mainframe. And then, you know, Trevor's going to, like, dart to the schematics on the phone and be like, oh no, Lisa, you tricked me. And then Lisa's gonna like smile and be like, ha. And then all the people encroach around them, and then the final scene is the snapping of the brain being put in the jar, and then it's both Trevor and Sam's brains sitting in the jar. I think that's the only way that it could possibly end. That's just the way the story has to go. Take it completely out of my hands and let the story just tell itself, right? I think that's the most important way to do it. And then we have like those little bits of Sam running, and we know he's in the phone and all of this, but we've had that little bit of distraction that's gonna get us to the point of all three of them were distracted, technically. Maya wasn't, though. Maya was doing her own thing the whole time. Oh. Okay. 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 Here we go. Here we go. So Trevor's looking through Maya's eyes, leading, but he thinks it's the... Sam opened the door to the mainframe. Face twisted, confusion, or darting towards Maya. Trevor's stared through his eyes. Confusion also sparking his gaze. Sam entered the brain room. Maya's body moved behind Sam. And what Trevor saw made him scream. Lisa stared at him. Brain removed. No. They were gonna be beside each other, but he's already uploaded to the thing. So yeah, maybe his brain isn't needed anymore because he's uploaded? I don't know. Is she gonna fuck with his brain and keep him inside of the network? Because you say you can stay and give him the ultimatum. Brain sitting in the jar. First time he had seen it from the outside. Bobbed wires pinched across it, holding it, and pinched across surface, holding it steady in the liquid. Okay. Smiled with dead eyes. She felt The realization sinking into the both of them. They were being played. She being in control the whole time. Trevor fought to move Maya's body, still statue. Still as a statue. For Trevor's eyes, Lisa grabbed Sam, threw him onto table. Same one he remembered himself being on when he had a body to feel. Sam's mind wove through the network, speeding past Trevor. He laughed, just roaming the street, or roaming the I don't know what to call it. No, I know exactly what to do. Lisa stared at her prizes. These would be good. These would be perfect experiments for the new evolution of the network. Using the knowledge of meditation and the power of the mind learned from Trevor, Lisa had always been 3 steps ahead. Now, with these 2 minds, she would finalize her plans. The world would be at peace. They would all join the network. They would all sing Signal. Sing with the signal? Sing to the signal? I don't know. How's that for an end? And then it goes back to, like, she's using their weapons against them because they were using the meditative states, and that's how she got her to be so powerful. Is she actually trained off of Trevor's mind using experiments on him in order to basically build the ability for her to infect minds better. So I think that's the perfect way to end it out. They were all one family. Mind, spirit. Sam. Trevor. Felt. Her gaze through the network. There we are. Lisa stared at her prizes. Sam and Trevor felt her gaze through the network. These grains in jars. Would be perfect experiments for the new evolution of the network. Okay, there we go. I think that shears it up a lot for the end and everything like that. And how they, you know, they're both still kind of fighting against it, but you never really know, right? Okay, let's see what thinks about this. Let's go back and let's go wires in the body, and we'll go okay. Finalized. What do you think of the new ending and the new shift from POV of Sam to Trevor near the end? Oh wait, we want this, so fuck whatever it says. How do I... Why is it not letting me... There, I want this. There. Redo it all. Oh, I've reached my limit? What? Okay, well, shit happens, right? Let's redo that. One more time. Again. Strengths. Thematic depth and emotional resonance. Horror escalation. Narrative closure with open-ended dread. Ending wraps up Sam and Trevor's arc while leaving room for interpretation. Lisa's plan to use their minds for the network's new evolution hints at a larger looming threat, perfect for a YouTube short that aims to hook viewers into wanting more. Subheading, these wires aren't hairs, the terrifying truth of more villains fits perfectly as it teases the mysterious invasive nature. Yeah, but that's completely different. Pacing, clarity, ending is dense with revelations. Brain jar imagery, powerful at risk of overwhelming the reader in a short format. Okay, that makes sense. Yep. Impact, I don't really care about that. Analysis of the shift, narrative expansion, shift Trevor's POV in the final section introduces a new layer of complexity. Emotional weight, thematic resonance, what's its overall thoughts? New ending is powerful escalation, transforming the story into a tragic family saga within the sci-fi horror framework. Lisa's victory, the brain in a jar imagery, and the generational twist make it a memorable, chill conclusion. Suits the YouTube short format's need for impact. POV shift, Trevor adds depth and fresh perspective. I don't know why he's talking about YouTube shorts, because this isn't one. The Thumbnail. Don't care about that. Yeah, okay. Let's just give it a rating now. Rate this story 1 to 10. Boom. 8. Strength 5 out of 6. Why did I say 5 out of 6? Strength excels in creating a visceral image. Weakness 2 out of 4. Narrative occasionally stumbles with clarity, particularly in the transition to Trevor's perspective in the final section. See, this is why you do this, because they're like, oh, it's good, and then it's like, no, it feels abrupt and disorienting without enough setup to ease the shift. Some plot elements like the dead switch and Maya's encrypted clues are unexplained. It's because they, yeah, okay, so these are criticisms and weaknesses that are for, like, the other story, right? You go read the other story because those are supposed to be open-ended. So Lives Forever is a gripping emotional charged. Okay, so let's do this. I wanna do this. So now that we've got everything, we go. Okay, so let's just go. Ella Story 1. Oh wait, no, wait. This is. So Lives Forever, Story 1. This is Story 2. This is Story 3. Is this Story 4? Yes. Story 4. And then it should be Story 5. And this should be the completed full version. So add one here. We'll take this. Go old full. We'll take expanded version. And we'll make that this version. So we just have all of the stories in a row. So this would be Story 5. So then we take this and we go like this. Story 1. Story 2. Wait. Did I fuck up? I swear I pasted it. Okay, I'm dumb. I'm dumb. Story 3. Story 4. Story 5. This is my complete series. 5 stories. The Lisa Lives Forever series. What do you think of series as a whole? Rate 1 to 10. Alright. Let's see what it thinks of everything combined. So Lives Forever series is gripping, unsettling, and ambitious blend of sci-fi horror, psychological thriller, and a cautionary tale about the dangers of unchecked technological advancement. We'll all provide an analysis of the series as a whole, considering its strengths, weaknesses, overall impact, followed by a rating of 10. Atmospheric, horror, and world building. Series excels at creating a pervasive sense of dread and paranoia. The imagery, pulsing walls, organic cables, brains in jars, and the sentient network that devours minds is vivid and viscerally disturbing. Each story builds on the atmosphere, painting a world where technology has been become a predatory force, blurring the line between human and machine. The recurring motif of basements and hidden sublevels effectively symbolizes the buried, sinister truth behind the glossy surface of technological progress. Interconnected narrative. The series weaves a multi-generational saga through the perspectives of Sam, Trevor, Thomas, Ellen, and an unnamed narrator, possibly Sam, again, story 5. This structure creates a sense of continuality and depth as each story reveals new layers of Lisa's transformation, from the network growth, familial ties, Lisa's sister, Trevor as brother, Thomas as son, Sam as grandson, add emotional weight, making the horror personal and tragic. Thematic depth. The series tackles profound themes of ethics of AI and brain-computer interfaces, loss of individuality to collective networks, the consequences of ambition and the cyclical nature of trauma and paranoia. It poses uncomfortable questions about humanity's relationship with technology, particularly how our desire for connection and answers fuels systems that exploit us. The idea of the network as a lure that preys on human consciousness is chilling and thought-provoking. Character development. Characters like Sam, Trevor, and Ellen are well realized, with distinct voices and motivations. Sam's journey from researcher to fugitive is compelling, driven by his loyalty to Maya and his growing awareness of the network's horror. Trevor's regret and resistance as a brain in a jar add a tragic dimension, while Ellen's descent into paranoia humanizes the cost of living in fear. Lisa is the central antagonist and is enigmatic and terrifying, her unchanging presence across decades amplifying her otherworldly menace. Pacing and suspense. Each story maintains a tight, suspenseful pace with moments of quiet unease escalating to horrifying revelations. Cliffhanger ends, Sam's discovery of the brain room, Trevor's realization of his entrapment, Thomas' confrontation with Lisa. Keep the reader engaged and eager for the next installment. Weakness. Repetition and redundancy. While the interconnected narratives are a strength, there's some redundancy in the descriptions of the network and its horrors. For example, the pulsing walls, organic cables, and brain and jar imagery appear in multiple stories with a similar phrasing, which can feel repetitive. Streamlining these descriptions for varying their presentations could heighten their impact. Clarity and cohesion. The series occasionally sacrifices clarity for atmosphere. The non-linear storytelling and shifting perspectives can be disorienting, especially in Story 5, where the narrator's identity, presumably Sam, isn't explicitly confirmed until late. The connections between stories, like how Trevor's resistance in Story 3 ties to his actions in Story 5, require careful reading to piece together. That's what I want. Which might alienate some readers. A clear thread linking the stories. Yeah, but that's the problem, right? You have to sacrifice some things. You gotta make sure when it gives you the weaknesses, that it's giving you the weaknesses that you planned for, right? Which is pretty much, yeah. And I like the idea of sacrificing clarity for atmosphere, because that is absolutely what I'm trying to do. Underdeveloped characters. Well, Sam, Trevor, and Ellen shine. Some secondary characters like Maya, Matthew, Simon, and Jamie in Story 1 feel underdeveloped. Personalities are sketched vividly. Maya's biscuit obsession with their backstories and motivations remain vague, reducing the emotional impact of their fates. Similarly, Lisa's transformation from genius to monster is described but not deeply explored, leaving her as a somewhat one-dimensional villain. Yeah, I could definitely see that, because you don't see a lot of Lisa, right? So it's really... It's hard, not that you can't do it, it's hard to do it, and I didn't nail it. But that's not what the point was, right? Over-reliance on ambiguity. The series leans heavily on cryptic dialogue and imagery. Every entrance is an exit viewed from inside, which creates a haunting tone but sometimes obscures the plot. For instance, the exact mechanics of the network's signal and how it assimilates minds remains vague, which might frustrate readers seeking more concrete explanations. Balancing ambiguity with clarity can make the horror more tangible. Uneven pacing across stories. While individual stories are well paced, the series as a whole feels uneven. Story 1 is dense with setup and world building, while Story 4 feels slower, focused heavily on Ellen's paranoia and Thomas's childhood memories. Story 5, meanwhile, accelerates rapidly into chaotic climax, which can feel rushed. Smoother pacing across the series could enhance its flow. Lisa Lives Forever is a bold and unsettling exploration of technology's potential to consume humanity, both literally and metaphorically. Its strength lies in its ability to evoke visceral horror while grappling with the timely themes about AI surveillance and the loss of autonomy. Multi-generational perspective adds a tragic human element, making the stakes feel personal, even as the scope expands to global proportions. However, the series could benefit from tighter cohesion, less repetition, and deeper character development. True. 8 out of 10. It's still not bad, right? Which I'd consider a 4. Maybe a 4.5 or a 5. But, yeah, sure. I can definitely live with that. 100%. So, all we need to do now is... We just need to turn this one into a video, and then we need to combine them all together. But, you know, for this series, this is it. It's done. Well, technically not. We have 2 more letters to write, but we're going to release those next week. Because we're kind of doing an offset for, so for instance, we did the premiere and we released 3 of the stories. And we released 3 of the shorts. There's 5 stories and 5 shorts. So the next week, which will be this week, which is tomorrow or later today, technically in like 10 hours, we'll release 2 stories, which will be the final 2 stories to set the 5, plus the 2 new shorts for the new story. Now this preempts the premiere next week for the first story that has to do with those. Then when next week's stories premiere, which both those stories will have to do with the 2 shorts that premiered this week, there's an offset. So it'll be an introduction to a new series with shorts. Then when that new series drops, it'll drop with the final shorts of the last series. So no matter what, you're going to want to be at the premiere. Whether you want to get eyes on in the completeness of the old story, or you're really hyped up for the new story. And that's kind of the way to make it like, oh, you know, so people can understand that these shorts releasing with the old stories are new stories. And then the new stories releases are old shorts. That's the marketing plan in my head, at least, right? Alright, well, here we go. We are finally here. We have the reacts to do. Today, it is how to write smart plot twists. Alright, let's find out if I'm good at this or not.
Okay. So this is a video about plot twists. So right up front, I'm going to say that these are the titles I'm going to be using as examples in the course of this video, which means I'm going to be spoiling the hell out of them. So consider yourself duly warned. As always, before we get into it, we need to make sure we've clarified what we're talking about. More and more, I've been seeing definitions of plot twists take on looser and broader meanings. The most horrendous definition I've heard is that they are a deviation from an expected story beat. That is to say, if you deliberately stray from the formula, then that's a plot twist. No, it isn't. But because of that inaccurate understanding, these days the term plot twist seems to be used generally to mean a big surprise. So anything from a sudden character death to a shocking revelation is considered a plot twist. This is yet another reason to throw out all the formulas and instead learn to build your own structures. Operating under the false idea that a plot twist is nothing more than a deviation from a formula is, aside from being wildly inaccurate, potentially damaging to your own story plotting. For clarification, a plot twist, as I understand it, occurs when the plot, as we've seen it up to that point in the story,
completely
is twisted around
flipped on
and a
its
different
head.
Story is suddenly unveiled. So, for example, when the plot twist...
So, like, the plot twist for my main book is that Fafnir is not actually bad, and that he's the one who you need to be on the side of. So when you find that out, the entire narrative of the story shifts. Same with, like, finding out, when you find out that the Monarch is the true enemy through Zaid's death, it's like, oh shit, right? Now we've got 2 enemies, but then you find out, oh shit, Fafnir's actually on our side because he's been fighting the Monarch and he's known the entire time. To me, that's the plot twist, right? It turns everything upside down.
aspect in The Sixth Sense revealed that Bruce Willis's character had actually been dead all along, that twisted our understanding of the story. Up to that point, we had accepted the idea that he had recovered from being shot by his patient.
Or you just don't even remember. I love stories like that where you don't even remember what the first scene was until the story's over, and you're like, oh shit, how did I not see it then?
Strained, and he was himself struggling.
Like, I watched The Sixth Sense, like, when I was, like, 22, and I'd never seen it before, and my entire life, everyone had said, oh, Bruce Willis is dead, and I'm watching the entire movie, and I'm like, what do you mean Bruce Willis is dead? And then at the end, I'm like, oh, he died from the gunshot. I'm a fucking idiot.
Past that trauma, and that working with this young boy who could see dead people was going to help him. When we learned that he was actually a ghost, that twisted our understanding of the story's narrative up to that point. Now we understood that he had died when he had been shot, that his relationship with his wife was not strained, it was over, because he was dead, and she was struggling with intense grief made worse by his lingering presence. And finally, he wasn't just helping the boy was also helping him. This is different from, say, the sudden shocking plot development of Harvey Dent becoming the villain Two-Face. That didn't change our understanding of the story thus far. It wasn't a revelation that altered the truth of previous events, like the knowledge that Bruce Willis was a ghost. That sudden shocking development was a plot progression, whereas the reveal in The Sixth Sense was a plot twist. So a surprising plot progression is accomplished using normal pacing and structure along the already established narrative path, whereas a plot twist effectively erases all or part of the previous narrative path as false and establishes a new understanding of the overall events of the plot. A plot progression, no matter how shocking or unexpected, does not require any special considerations when it comes to building the structure. It simply continues along the already established plot path. But a plot twist does, so that's what we're going to be talking about today. So anyway, now that we've clarified what plot twists actually are, let's look at the three major things I want to talk about today regarding plot twists. How to build the twist into the structure of your story so it's credible and not contrived, and also so that the narrative supports it. How to hide it from your audience, and how to know when you can't hide it any longer. And when to reveal it. Beyond talking about when to reveal your plot twist, I'm not going to be getting into how.
Also, like, the Viceroy, right? The fact that the Viceroy has been Anima the entire time, and all the victories that they've basically had in their dire moments were actually because of the Viceroy, which actually was Anima helping them out. Also, you could get to that point.
Oh, that is how you write it. That's style. Once you know how to figure out when to reveal the plot twist, you can choose how you want that reveal to go. That's style, and it's up to you. As with all aspects of style, you just have to experiment to see what you like and what works. So, first, how to structure a plot twist. As always, when we look at a story's structure, we're going to be using my preferred mini-arc view of things. When we talk about plot twists, we'll go the same route. The first thing we need to make clear right out of the gate, under no circumstances can a plot twist just come out of thin air. No matter how big the twist is or how much it changes the audience's understanding of the story.
There has to be build-up and reasoning for it, right? It's like, that's why he's so retarded! Because he's not the same person! Multiple personalities.
Teachers refer to this as foreshadowing. That is, the plot twist must be foreshadowed. But that's not foreshadowing. Foreshadowing is a stylistic element that is a next-door neighbor of theme. Foreshadowing is not a structural element. Building your plot twist into your story's narrative is a structural matter, not a stylistic one. What does the structure of a plot twist even look like? This will be easier for me to show you. So here is the plot as the audience is experiencing it in the course of the story you are telling them. This is crucially what the audience knows. So to reference our previous example, in The Sixth Sense prior to the reveal, this is the narrative with Bruce Willis as a child psychologist recovering from a trauma while helping a little boy who may or may not be able to see dead people. That is what the audience knows prior to the twist. However, you, the writer, have this additional knowledge, the truth of the matter that is playing out behind what the audience knows. Again, to reference our example, this is the fact that Bruce Willis's character was dead all along. The twist occurs when the hidden truth becomes, and sometimes even displaces, the previously known narrative. As you can see in this handy illustration,
Fight
when
the
the
Beastman,
twist
nope.
is revealed,
Ally
the
with the
structure that was
Beastman.
hidden, the knowledge
Okay.
of what was really going on, Bruce Willis being a ghost, for example, fits
The reason
perfectly
why the
into
Beastmen have been doing what they're
narrative
doing
as
the
the
entire
audience had
time.
experienced it prior to this.
And the reason why
This
the
is
adventurers were
biggest
allowed to
and
do what they
most
were to do.
important secret to structuring plot twists. I don't want to get too ahead of myself here, but keep this in mind as we continue talking about the structural aspects. Here's another important thing to remember. This is what distinguishes plot twists from surprising plot developments. A necessary structural element of the plot twist is this hidden shadow structure that is eventually brought into the light, whereas a surprising plot development is simply a development of the main narrative. If your main character is abruptly killed off, that isn't a plot twist, it's a surprise plot development. If your main character is revealed to be a hidden spy for the enemy, that is a plot twist.
There you go.
Because it involves a hidden truth that is built into the story with the shadow structure down here. Let's look more closely.
I was wondering
at
if she would
this
say
structure.
something about a spy, because that's very
we have
specific
what we show
to
the
mine.
audience, and then we have the truth. The
And there's
truth
two
is
spies.
what's actually going on. Let's zoom in to get a detailed example. So in The Sixth Sense, we have the scene when Bruce Willis arrives late at his anniversary dinner with his wife. What the audience is being shown is that she's angry, she isn't talking to him, she snatches the bill from him and then leaves in a huff after saying simply, "Happy anniversary." The truth, which was actually going on down here, but
Is
which the
she was
audience
having the
didn't
anniversary
yet
by
know,
herself.
was that his wife, still grieving his loss, had kept their usual anniversary reservation despite going by herself, had not been able to hear or see him there, and then had paid her bill and left after saying to the memory of him, "Happy anniversary," because, he's dead. So this is what I mean. A plot twist involves a separate, unknown to the audience, line of narrative that plots the events as they are actually happening. That is, for instance, the event that's actually happening here is that Bruce Willis is dead and his wife is still upset about it. What we think is happening is that he's late for their anniversary dinner and she's mad at him. I hope I'm making this clear enough. A crucial element of the plot twist is this hidden narrative.
They think that the knowledge and the reasoning for why the Viceroy is so good at these plans is because he's a ruthless politician. But it's actually because he has the knowledge of anima and the intellect of anima. So he can think way beyond things. So he can think on such a scale that's literally like, me as the writer, I can use whatever the hell I want with it and it would make sense with it because that's how the knowledge of it is. And that's what makes it so weird with the Viceroy. As long as I can tie that into how would this be considered a political play, and how would you maneuver this from being a political play to being a military play. And that kind of conversion is where you have the suspension of disbelief, where you're like, well, if he's thinking outside the box, he's a politician, he's ruthless, of course he's going to come up with that solution. And then when you realize, no, actually he's just a being that's way too knowledgeable and understanding and just knows how shit is, so basically can predict the fucking future. Plus he knows what's going on with everything, so it's like having no fog of war.
Line that is the truth of what's actually happening. Now, when the plot twist occurs is the moment that this shadow or hidden structure, the truth,
when they confront the Viceroy and Fafnir comes to their side,
structure comes to the forefront
and then
in
dies.
so doing perfectly slots into the previous plot. They fit together. That is essential to a
saying,
plot.
I warned you!
It prevents plot holes, and it allows you, the writer, to perfectly structure the narrative details of the entire story, easily creating the narrative by which you can hide and then reveal the truth of the story to your audience. Alright, to really drive this home, let's take an in-depth look at an example. This is South Korea's 2017 Forgotten. This film is an absolute masterclass in plot twists. It is perfect. The structure is perfect, the stylistic choices the writer made to hide and then to reveal the plot twist are perfect, the overall pacing of all these plot developments, all of it was perfect. If you study only one plot twist example, it should be this one. So, obviously, spoilers ahead. Really quickly, let's look at a simplified breakdown of this film's structure. So, the twist happened at about the halfway mark. So here in the beginning is the simple progression of events as we, the audience, are being shown by the writer. Here is the truth, hidden in the shadows, that is actually taking place despite what we're being shown. Here is the twist, at which point the truth twists into the light, displacing most of what we had come to accept about the prior narrative. The second half of the story then progressed from that point. The primary structure of the story, the idea that we, the audience, were shown and thus accepted as the truth for the first half of this story, is this string of mini-arcs here. In this, it's the year 1997, and our main character, Jin Sok, is this 21-year-old kid who is just moving into his new house with his loving parents and his big brother, Yu Sok. Jin Sok is portrayed as a little fragile, prone to anxiety, and maybe slightly more severe mental issues, which require strict medication. As he and his family are settling into their new home, he immediately begins to notice strange things about the house. The main thing being this one room where, ostensibly, the previous owner left a bunch of random stuff, and so he and his brother are forbidden from trespassing out of respect for that previous owner's privacy. But he hears sounds coming from that room that his family doesn't seem to hear. Later, his big brother is dramatically kidnapped, and the police fail to locate him for almost 20 days. When he suddenly returns, he's unharmed, but has no memory of what happened. After that, his behavior seems much, much different. He seems to be hiding a secret life in the criminal underworld, and Jin Sok, alarmed, spies on him and his secret life until his suspicions and confusion reach critical mass. In a major climactic moment occurring at about the halfway mark of the film, the veil is lifted from Jin Sok's and the audience's eyes, and we are shown the truth. Okay, back to the structure really quickly. This is the moment of the twist. The twist is the moment when the shadow structure that we, the audience, don't yet see is brought into the light and slots into the narrative we had been shown. It will fit in perfectly, and it will probably displace most of what we've come to accept about the story thus far. So this climactic moment, when the veil is lifted from Jin Sok's eyes, is the moment of revelation and, necessarily, displacement. Quick side note. Crucially, with a plot twist, none of this, the main narrative we have been shown prior to the twist, can be a lie.
Yeah.
Everything that Jin Sok experienced
It has
as
to
he
be
watched
true
him
to that
experience it
character.
actually happened.
Yeah.
He actually did move into that house. He actually did live with his parents and his brother. And his brother was actually violently plucked off the street by mysterious men in a van. All of this here actually happened. That is another critical element of good plot twist structuring. You need to avoid lying to your audience. This rule can be broken, but I'm inclined to advise you to never do so. Maybe bend it, but never break it.
Yeah.
Everything you show your audience while you're hiding your shadow
It should be
structure
a character's
needs to be true.
narrow
If it's
perspective,
not true,
and then when you
the
turn the
plot
lights
twist
on, it's like,
shadow structure
oh!
tries to slot
Right?
in,
That should be the
it won't
moment.
fit, and that is bad.
It shouldn't
It's
be like
bad
entering a new
storytelling.
room. It should be
And
turning on the
audiences
lights in a room you're
instinctively
already
hate it.
in, and then
The
seeing
trick is
something
to
you didn't
use
see
these True
before.
events to hide the larger overall hidden truth. The truth that was being hidden, and that was revealed at the moment of the plot twist, was that Jin Sok was not a 21-year-old, but a 44-year-old. It wasn't 1997, but 2017. The man and woman he thought were his parents were not his parents. One was an actress, and the other was a hypnotist. And crucially, the man he thought was his older brother, who was actually a few years younger than him, was a crime boss who had been hired to locate the long-lost perpetrator of a long-forgotten cold case murder from 1997 in which an unknown stranger had killed a woman and her daughter in their home. Now, as shocking as this newly revealed truth was, it was actually there all along. It was true despite the narrative we had been shown. The writer must plan both lines of narrative at the same time in order to keep close track of both what the audience is being led to perceive and what was really going on that the writer will reveal when the twist comes. You need to be planning both at the same time. So, in this case, what was really going on was this. When Jin Sok woke up in the car on their way to their new house, we had perceived that this was the moment he and his family were arriving at their new home for the first time. But what was actually happening was that this was the moment the hypnotist had guided him to wake up in this fabricated reality. The new house was actually the site of the murder he had committed 20 years ago, the memories of which he had suppressed. So, when the plot twist came into the light, these two narrative mini-arcs slot together. You see, the sounds Jin Sok heard coming from that forbidden room were actually people working to recreate the crime scene in that room in order to use it to restore his suppressed memories, and thus elicit a confession, which was this guy, the crime boss's ultimate goal. Again, these two narrative points click together. The moment his brother was kidnapped was actually just the crime boss getting arrested for something unrelated. And the 20 days he was missing were actually the time he spent in jail before he could pull enough strings and bribe enough people to get out. The two, again, click together. And the reason Jin Sok started to feel that this man was not his brother was because the hypnosis was starting to wear off. The medication he had been taking was something the hypnotist required to keep his mind in a suggestible, pliable state, and he really started to pick up on things the first time he missed a dose. All of this truth, if you will, was there all along. The writers built it with the same care and at the same time as they had built the narrative that we were being shown initially. Because no matter how shocking a plot twist is, the crucial aspect of it is that it is actually happening. So once it's revealed, it must slot in perfectly. It must perfectly account for everything with no plot holes. The way you do that is to build its structure right alongside the narrative you're using to hide it. In Forgotten, the plot twist is the set piece for the entire story, one of the reasons it makes such a great subject for study. It even occurs at almost exactly the halfway mark of the whole film, allowing the whole story to spin around it like an axis. At that moment, when the truth twisted up and displaced the false perception that we and Jin-Sok had had prior to this, it became the dominant structural narrative line. The rest of the plot going forward was built onto this narrative structure, the so-called shadow structure that had previously been hidden. Now that it had twisted into dominance, the rest of the story had to come from it because it was the truth. So going forward, the story continued to unfold from this revelation. So the key to remember here is that in order to prepare your story for a plot twist, you need to build that true narrative while you're building the main one. If it were me writing this, I would plan one mini arc of the truth, so Jin-Sok, in a state of hypnosis, arrives with his fake family and the plan's mastermind at the house where he killed the mother and daughter 20 years ago, and they all help the movers bring in the boxes. And then I would plan the corresponding narrative that I'm using to hide the truth, the one I'm initially showing to the audience. So Jin-Sok and his family move into their new house and help the movers with the boxes.
And to me, this is the difference between character perspective and plot perspective, right? Because you have the plot perspective of what's the actual happening, and you have character perspective of what does this character actually experiencing and think in that moment.
And the furniture. Also, one of the movers seems very surprised and a little disbelieving when Jin-Sok insists that Yusok is his older brother, and so on. So
yeah, and there's those
arc
tiny things of like, what the fuck, you'll never notice.
Arc I would write in order to hide the truth from the audience, while also including a glimpse or two at the truth as I go along. If you build your plot carefully like this, paying attention to both lines of narrative, you should be able to avoid plot holes while also allowing the truth to perfectly slot into what the audience has been shown prior to the twist. This will create that excellent click in the audience's mind, which is the goal of every good plot twist. This leads us to the next major factor. Despite the fact that Forgotten's plot twist was such a huge shock, it was also obviously there all along. How then did the writers hide it from us while also having it there in plain sight? In other words, how do you make the plot twist a surprise without making it come out of nowhere?
Right way to hide a
Plot twists are like magic, and what I mean by that is that the key is misdirection.
Yeah.
Consider the magician. A magician is never actually transforming a rose into a dove. The dove was there all along, but he used misdirection to hide it from us until the moment of transformation. However, crucially, that's where the analogy ends. Unlike the magician, the writer needs to make sure that the dove doesn't actually come out of nowhere. The writer's audience, unlike the magician's, need to know and understand where the dove came from. The magician's audience is fine with not knowing how the lovely assistant went from being in the cabinet to being on the other side of the stage. The writer's audience must know. So the misdirection employed by the writer needs to be deft and subtle, but it also needs to be plain and visible. How? A major part of the magic trick for a writer here is to occasionally let the audience catch a glimpse of the truth, this shadow structure. You want there to be
something that confuses them, that they're not quite sure that's the correct reaction. But then there has to be a suspense of disbelief that's like, oh, maybe it's because of this. And then that pushes you in a certain direction with subtext.
Unveil the shadow structure and reveal the truth of the matter, the audience must be able to think back instantly and recall all those moments that they had previously perceived as one thing, but which were now obviously
Yep.
perfectly explained by this new knowledge. Movies often do this with a montage. Books will use a bit of exposition. I've seen other techniques as well. In Forgotten, the writers called our attention to the truth repeatedly. That moving guy who seriously doubted that Jin-sook was actually the younger brother of Yoo-sook, because of course he could see the reality that Jin-sook and we could not. The fact that the two detectives who had been investigating his brother's abduction seemed to be somehow randomly working for his brother, and other subtler clues throughout. The sounds that Jin-sook heard that were never adequately explained, his recurring nightmares, and later Yoo-sook's extremely suspicious and out-of-character behavior. The question that arises here is how, with all these obvious clues to the truth right in front of our faces, did we not figure it out? Now, this is where misdirection comes in. This is a little stylistics, and that is up to you how you choose to do it, but misdirection is the secret to a surprising plot twist. The writers and the directors of Forgotten framed Jin-sook's struggles with his perceptions as a possible supernatural mystery, or something along those lines. He was plagued by violent but unclear nightmares. In one, there even seemed to be a ghost, the distant, terrifying memory of the girl he murdered in that house. So the audience was carefully guided by the implied, but never explicitly stated, because remember, we can't lie to the audience, suggestion that the story was about a haunting or maybe a possession. Then, after Yoo-sook returned from being abducted, his growing distrust of his brother and the fact that that coincided with his missing doses of medication heavily suggested, but again never explicitly stated, that this might be a psychological matter. Maybe, thought the audience, his unnamed mental health issue is something like schizophrenia, and he's in the middle of a dramatic, horrifying downward spiral. All of this combined to call our attention elsewhere, while the reality was still there, right in front of us. One of my favorite examples of expert misdirection is Shyamalan's The Village.
Yep.
The plot twist in this story is the shocking revelation that this historical 19th century village, surrounded by dense forest and populated by people who fear and hate the towns, actually exists in the current 21st century, hidden away in a carefully protected, privately owned wildlife preserve. This was, in all honesty, probably Shyamalan's most ambitious plot twist in his entire career, and also, in my humble opinion, the moment his abilities as a storyteller peaked, and also his most criminally misinterpreted film. The obfuscation of this hidden truth is aided by the fact that throughout the story, we are seeing the village and the world and the elders from the perspective of their children, particularly Lucius and Ivy. Shyamalan is showing us a slightly untrue perception by hiding it behind the very honest and reliable perception of characters who didn't know the reality of the situation that was being hidden from them by the elders. The lies and the hidden secrets of the elders were frequently alluded to, so much so that the audience's discovery of the truth was inevitable.
Signs is better, but, you know.
To protect his story from that premature discovery, Shyamalan employed misdirection, and he did so incredibly well. What was his misdirection? In a word, monsters. These monsters, the ones who must not be named, were presented to the audience and to the village as the single guiding narrative consideration that governed all actions and all decisions and most plot developments. That these carnivorous sentient creatures purportedly roamed the thick expanse of forest that surrounded the villagers' idyllic existence was initially an accepted fact, and to the audience a very interesting and exciting fact. The most significant narrative issue in the story was not the secrets or lies of the elders. It was determining why the creatures seemed to have defied the truths that governed their coexistence with the humans and were invading their village, leaving warnings on their houses. Every time a question arose about the village and its origins or its elders' secrets, the monsters emerged to answer the question and to call our attention elsewhere. Not only did this work as practical misdirection, it was also built into the theme. The monsters were the living embodiment of the danger of the towns. Whenever the towns came up in the course of the narrative, the monsters would emerge to terrorize the villagers. Yes, to make them afraid of the fabled towns, but also to make them protective of their village. The elders were using the monsters in the same way and for the same reasons that Shyamalan was, as a kind of psychological misdirection. But, and here's a crucial element of Shyamalan's masterful narrative misdirection, he kept the monsters just uncertain enough for the audience to be initially very curious about them. This initial curiosity was enough to distract us from the presence of the obviously significant secrets of the elders. As Shyamalan repeatedly refused to bring the monsters into full focus, literally, the audience's curiosity became doubt, What if, thought most or many audience members, these monsters aren't even real? Around the time this question became more significant in the minds of the audience, Shyamalan presented us with the slightly uncertain reveal that they were not real. This was kind of a faux plot twist, because the claim that the monsters were not real was delivered only by Ivy's father, and not the narrative itself. It could still be doubted by the audience. Later, when Ivy, having just been told that the monsters weren't real, found herself being chased by one of them in the forest, she then, as far as she was concerned, believed that even though the elders did sometimes trick the villagers, there were still very real monsters in the forest. Shyamalan did not at this point show us incontrovertible narrative proof that this plot twist about the monsters was displacing the one that he had previously presented to us. So there wasn't anything to click into place. He did this on purpose to keep this uncertain. He made the audience choose whether or not to take Ivy's father's word for it. Because the truth wasn't confirmed by the writer and his narrative, we could continue to question it, and thus be distracted by it. This way, when she climbed the wall, at the same moment the elders all opened their boxes, revealing the larger, more relevant and incontrovertible truth to the audience, we were so distracted by the monster question that the actual truth, the real plot twist, was a huge shock. We have been completely distracted by the presence of the other all-consuming question. Are the monsters real or aren't they? Mm-hmm. That the truth, though hidden in plain sight, was nevertheless protected until the moment of revelation. A second and even a third watch through the village makes for fascinating study. There are a lot of elements that went into the success of Forgotten's brutal plot twist, and they are all misdirection. The most significant is the fact that the main character doesn't know that he's an unreliable narrator. By the way, unreliable narrators are very, very hard to pull off correctly. One of these days I'm going to make a video about unreliable narrators, but for right now let me just say that the trick is to never ever lie to your audience. Mm-hmm. Let me also say that Forgotten's unreliable narrator in Jin Sok was perfect if you wanted to study one. Throughout this story, there are hints that the audience receives that his perception of reality is somewhat questionable. Yeah. For instance, his mentions of his mental breakdown, his carefully maintained pharmaceutical schedule, his family members' looks of concern when he seems to be hearing things they're not, and most obviously, that moment when the moving guide questioned Jin Sok's perception of his own age. But he never doubts that what he is seeing and hearing around him is reality, and so the audience is also certain. A lot of this came down to what the writer focused on, which stylistically for this writer was accomplished by following solely the focus of his main character, Jin Sok. And the focus of Jin Sok's attention was fixed on things like the strange sounds in the mysterious room. This allowed the audience to forget to focus on other things. That is,
that's literally how I'm using Husai in my book.
Question whether or not what he was hearing in the mysterious room was real, in order to distract us from wondering whether or not the year was real or the identities of his parents. That's misdirection. Because the writer focused all our attention on the mystery of what was going on, we forgot to consider the source. What if we, the audience, are taking some details for granted because the main character doesn't know that they're not true? His age, for example, or the current year. The possibility was constantly presented to us. The medication, the nightmares, the unanswered questions to his parents, the doubts of outsiders, the long shot of the year on the calendar. But we forgot to consider it because the writer was calling all our attention to the mystery. Meanwhile, in the village, the misdirection was literal misdirection. Every time the truth was approached, something big and spiky and scary and bright red would show up to hijack our attention and pull it elsewhere. There are as many different ways to accomplish misdirection as there are writers, but they don't have to be elaborate or stylistically sophisticated. They just have to be sufficient to believably distract the audience just enough from the truth to hide it until the big reveal.
Politics.
The matter of when to reveal a plot twist, that is to say, when to twist the narrative so that the truth is no longer in the background, is one for which there are no rules. It is increasingly common these days to see plot twists hit in the narrative at the same time for each story, regardless of the story. This is especially true for mysteries and thrillers, which are more and more subject to the most damaging reliance on narrative formulas. But the truth is, it doesn't matter. There is no rule. Rather, there are considerations that one must take into consideration. The two biggest considerations are how long can you or should you hide the truth from your audience? That is, how long can you get away with it? Mm-hmm. And how much does the truth affect the overall plot? The question of how long you can or should hide the truth from your audience is a really, really important one. Audiences are not, by and large, stupid. But the only...
And it's like...
there is one small thing, right? Confronting the monarch for the first time. This is not meant to be a battle. It's meant to be a confrontation in the fact of, let's find out what the fuck is actually going on. We're gonna get to the fucking truth here. And the truth that we get to is not the truth you're expecting at all.
The thing an audience hates more than seeing a plot twist coming from a mile away is not seeing it coming at all.
Yeah.
And by that I mean audiences will not accept a plot twist that has no foundations in the reality of the story thus far. So hiding a plot twist from your audience by completely failing to offer glimpses of the truth prior to the reveal is absolutely not an option. As I said, you cannot and may not lie to your audience.
Yeah.
So here's what to consider. Can you continue to hide the truth from your audience despite the occasional hints and glimpses? If yes, then go ahead and wait to reveal the plot twist if you want to. But if you can only continue to hide the truth from your audience by either completely failing to even hint at the truth or by flat out lying to your audience, then don't hide it anymore. At that point, it is imperative that you reveal the twist. Continuing to hide it even after it has become obvious to the audience will make the narrative boring and tedious. Learning how to feel for this in your own writing just takes a little practice. In addition, it is important to consider how the twist affects the rest of the plot and what kind of story you're telling. In The Sixth Sense, the importance of Bruce Willis helping the boy would have been dimmed entirely had the twist occurred prior to the end of the story.
Yeah.
That would have effectively destroyed the beautiful importance of that entire narrative line. So the twist's placement at the end was the only correct choice, structurally and stylistically. In Forgotten, the twist occurring in the middle like it did allowed the audience to understand there to be equal importance in both sections of the plot. The shock of who Jin Sok really was and what he had done was intensified by the grief of his having lost this fake family that had been briefly so precious to him. Additionally, the building up of the relationship between the two main characters as brothers perfectly mirrored the tearing down of their relationship as enemies. One half of the plot deliberately mirrored the second half, making this stylistically very pleasing, as well as conducive to the plot's carefully paced progression. Now, until you get more practiced at determining exactly the right time to reveal your twist, you might find it helpful to seek the assistance of a generous beta reader. A good beta reader will help you determine whether or not you've stylistically written the plot twist in a way that works from a reader's perspective. Even after you're pretty comfortable with all this, a beta reader will help you make sure you've written things in a way that suits the twist you've planned. However, no matter what adjustments you might need to make to the style of your plot twist, if you build the structure well, those adjustments will be very easy to make.
Yeah, there should just be small tweaks here and there, right?
That's why focusing on structure is so important. It ensures a really solid foundation is there on top of which you can build your style. I want to very briefly touch on bad examples. I don't have a lot of time to get into this with this video, but 2 examples of terrible plot twists, and I'm speaking here in terms of structure more than anything else, can be found in the otherwise outstanding series The Kill List, that moment in the boat in the final episode,
never watched
and the
it.
Film The Pale Blue Eye,
Never watched
when the
it.
real murderer was revealed. Again, a pretty good mystery up until the end. These are both excellent examples of the kinds of mistakes that are inevitable when writers rely solely on formulas to build their entire plot structure, from the overall shape to the very smallest plot detail, as has become so prevalent in modern storytelling. Both of these writers are clearly skilled.
It's an outline and a guide,
that a plot twist is
not
nothing more than a
mandatory.
deviation from the expected formula. It also told them when the plot twist should hit. Because of that, I knew these twists were coming simply because the formula said it was time. But also, writing the twist in as merely a deviation in the formula prevented these writers from even understanding that they'd need to build in the necessary shadow structure of the twist. So when the twist hit, there was no structure to come and displace the original that we had been shown. In the case of The Kill List, the twist effectively deleted half of everything that had happened prior to the twist, with nothing to put in those now empty places. With The Pale Blue Eye, the twist attempted to imply that some other truth had been present all along, but had not sufficiently built its presence into the narrative forcing the audience to just take the writer's word for it. There was no click in either case because there was nothing to click into place. As usual, I'm in danger of turning this video into a monster, so we need to go ahead and wrap it up. As always, if you have any questions about plot twists, please put them in the comments. I try my best to answer any questions I receive. However, if you have questions about some writing topic unrelated to plot twists, I do have a dedicated ongoing Q&A for channel members, and I always answer all of those questions. There's some stuff in the description about joining the channel if that's something that interests you. Anyway, thank you so much for watching this whole long thing.
True.
And happy writing.
Hell yeah. Another one down. Alright, second story. Go check the channel out. Give it a like, give it a view, give it some love and comment, you know, all the good stuff. So, now, drawing with shading. Oh, here we go. Here we go. This is going to be the good stuff now. Talk time! I gotta take a piss and I'll be right back. All right. Talk time. Alright, here we
Hello,
go.
my name is Paul Priestley. Welcome to ArtTutorialsOnline.com. Today, we're going to be looking at the third in my series on drawing for beginners. Yes, and this time we're going to be looking at shading. Fascinating stuff shading is, because it's the difference between
My God, why does it keep
light
fucking
and
doing
dark,
this?
background and foreground, and how you create that on a flat surface. It's going to be absolutely amazing. So let's make a start. I'm going to use 3 pencils, an HB, a 4B and an 8B to get different contrasts. We're going to concentrate on 2 elements, creating contrast and creating shade between the background and the foreground, lighter, darker. If you can build in these 2 ideas to your drawings, you'll find your drawings work so much better. Now I'm going to take this simple shape that I drew in the last video, and I'm going to shade it in using the dark tone first. So I'm using my 8B pencil.
So that'll be my 4B? So let's see what
pressing
it
on
looks like.
really hard. Now I'm going to come down and I'm going to shade.
Okay, yeah, so let's just try this from here. So I need to sharpen this. Oh, I guess we should change to the art section too, shouldn't we? Shouldn't we? Okay, that'll do. Move this here, grab this guy there, go like this, put that, do, whoops. There. Come on. Fuck. Okay. The hell? The edit button's gone. Where the fuck did the edit button go? It just disappeared. Okay, well. Whoops. There we go. It's weird, but whatever. It is what it is, right? Okay, so we got this guy. We're going to use the 2H for this. We're going to go. Well, hello there. Hey, Smokey. How's it going, bro? How are you today? What are you up to, good sir?
Game, but this time not pressing on so hard. And then, thirdly, I'm going to do the same thing again with the same pencil, but press on very, very faint.
What you been up to today,
See
Smokey?
how already it's beginning to look three-dimensional. I've swapped pencils now to my 4B pencil, and I'm pressing on very faintly here just to get that final tone. You can see now I've left
Just
some
woke.
areas
Nice.
white, the colour of the paper, so that's the highlight. Now I'm going to create an edge. This is where we talk about the contrast. You see here I am shading the background nice and dark against that edge there, the light, and I create that edge. It makes the object then stand out from the background. So
Thank you for redeeming chair
to
dance.
make objects stand
Hitox will
out
now dance for
when
you.
do the shading.
Please fully
This is
enjoy this
something you
immersive
need to remember.
experience.
I'll put a shadow on the other side here, pressing on again quite hard, as you can see, and gradually getting lighter as it comes down. I'll do a little bit of shading in the background.
Hell yeah.
Again,
Let's go.
light.
Get it on.
You'll notice the background then contrasts with the dark.
Keep dancing, bitch, it ain't over yet.
Great dance, by the way. Thanks, man. I try. Oh, so you want to hear the new story for today, Smokey? The new short?
You did good, you can rest now, babe.
Alright, here we go.
Dr. Schmore ran a swab across the light blue and red fibers protruding from the man's shoulder. They grew like hairs, but his skin wasn't built for these thick wires, causing savage, throbbing pain. Perfect for harvesting. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. You never know what will come for you if you do not. You have now entered the blue. Ken sat in an exam room with a metal chair. He grimaced as he ashed his cigarette in the tray attached to the chair's arm. He was not looking forward to this extraction. The air lingered with the casual smell of tobacco. A padded table with an overhead light loomed across the small room. The strange growths that started as mild soreness a month ago, simple ingrown hairs. Now they pierced his skin, lengthening daily and amplifying the agony so it seeped into his bones. He needed to return to work before his boss noticed. Pain clouded his focus, wobbling from a head rush with the last exhale of his cigarette as Dr. Schmore entered without a glance,
3,
lighting his
2,
own cigarette,
1,
speaking
go.
before turning to face Ken. "Remove your shirt for inspection." Ken complied, laying on the table, explaining the onset and worsening pain. The doctor nodded absently, jotting notes, then maneuvering the light over Ken's shoulders. He exhaled smoke and ashed his half-cigarette before putting on rubber gloves and grabbing something off the countertop. Doctor adjusted the light. "You may not want to hear this, but these appear self-inflicted." Ken tensed. "No, Doctor. They started as specks. I thought ingrown hairs. I scratched one and nearly passed out." Dried blood gleamed as the doctor probed with a swab. 3 days ago, I pressed it through the skin by prodding it. It was a thorn growing from the inside. Dr. Schmore fetched supplies.
It's not live yet, Smokey. It's 0 views. It's not live yet. It'll be live tomorrow.
A profound hypochondria. Ken started to sit up and protest, but the doctor pressed him down gently. "The mind plays tricks." He sprayed a numbing agent, then used tweezers
Smokey!
methodically
Hey, Queen,
poking
how's it
and
going?
moving the fibers.
Welcome,
Ken
welcome.
didn't flinch. Extraction
Smokey's here because
begins.
we're actually live
Tell
at
me
this
if
time.
it hurts. With practiced precision, he plucked the wires, dabbing blood as it coagulated. Reverently, he held the red and blue strands in his hand, sealing them in a biohazard bag, opening a cupboard, revealing dozens of similar bags filled with identical wires. Thank you for listening.
Right,
Do
super
not forget
sucked into
to
Marvel
like,
Rivals. Oh, I bet.
comment.
Zombies sounds awesome. Look at my picture. Does that look like a barrel? Yeah, kinda. Yay, kinda. That's a good answer. It's a really good answer. Thank you, Smokey.
Areas of the object so you can see the difference between light and dark. Shading is all about creating contrast. If you can create different tones, you will create something which will begin to look three-dimensional. Now I'm going to draw a little tree here, and I've started by drawing some triangles in my HB pencil. Just going to draw the outline. I'm not going to draw the whole tree, we're just going to draw the bottom part of the tree.
Okay. I'm not good at this. I was toking him anyway. Wow, now you can actually toke. Oh yeah, toke because of your... Thanks for asking. Is healed now? I'm good? Hell yeah. Well, I feel yeah, I still smoke when I got my wisdom teeth taken out. I was just careful not to... so I wouldn't get a dry socket. True! This tree is looking awfully weird, but that's okay.
But just a few simple shapes.
Heard it's crazy pain.
A little bit of background
yeah.
in, and so on. Now we're going to make
it's like
this
dry eye, but 1,000 times
just by
worse.
using shade.
Okay, so we're gonna.
Back to my 8B pencil, and I'm pressing on really hard. And I'm just going roughly round those basic shapes.
Okay.
That I've just created to do the bottom part.
I have something new. My UK buddy is coming back to visit again in December. Nice! There you go. Why don't you got the camera on paper, bruh? Because it's on there. When we do the final drawing, we'll put it on there. But like for now, it's him.
I'm then going to go over this again now with my.
Okay, so. No proof of drawing means it was made before stream. I feel a sketch coming.
Next tone, you see, pressing on slightly lighter, leaving some white patches. You see how it begins to look three-dimensional. Again, pressing on even lighter still, creating different tones.
Okay, there's my tree. Queen, are you winning? More than me, I'll tell you that.
Now, going back to my 8B pencil, I'm going to press on really hard because these elements underneath, the branches underneath the leaves there, are not going to get the light, so they're going to be very dark. Draw roughly the one side of my tree trunk in the dark tone, come down then with a mid-tone. You can see already it's beginning to look three-dimensional. Simple idea, you see. Coming down here now with a lighter tone with my 4B pencil. Now, going back to my 8B, I'm now going to put a little bit of the background in, but I need to create contrast. So I'm creating an edge down the side of the tree as I did in that block earlier on. You see the idea? You see how the tree now stands out? So this shading here is an area which is in the middle ground. But now switching to my 4B pencil, I'm doing hills in the background. You see I'm doing them so much lighter in tone. A few little trees up there, very, very light tone.
God damn, yes, this tree looked super comfy. Like an actual bird, I'm fucking them up. I was like, a bird, I'd fucking live in that mate.
TTS.
You're a TTS. That's what you mean. A woman, nah. I know what the other meaning of bird, so I had to ask. That's what I was thinking. Oh, of course. It's smoky. It had to be that way, didn't it?
Question.
Yeah. Go.
Now you can see the contrast between the light tones and the dark tones, and you can see how the dark tones make the foreground come forward, the light tones push things back into the background. Now this is creating a great deal of distance, but you can also use exactly the same idea on something that
I missed your last couple streams. Did you end early or something?
Yes. Is that good? Guys, look at my tree. Definitely looks better on camera than it looks in real life. I'll tell you that right now.
You can tell what it is, so you are doing something right.
I mean, fair enough.
This streamer is garbage. I don't want these L channel points.
K to be scammed is wild. You can tell me what it is, so you are doing some... Oh. Why is the TTS not working for you, Smokey? Oh, you did dial up. My bad.
Smoked it per chaired X10.
There you go. Throw the money. Throw the money.
Less than 4, less
Super
than 3,
appreciate it.
plus
Thanks,
1.
Smokey. You're a gem. You're a true gem.
Dude, what are you doing? I'm giving you my earth germs. I'm gonna kill you with my cold. Die, alien.
I'm not an alien, Dillweed. I'm a henchman. And you're not a venture brother. Who the hell are you?
I'm Hank's friend.
Yeah, I doubt that.
Would you believe I'm Brock Sampson's long-lost son?
If that were true, I don't think I would have caught you so easily.
I couldn't run because I had a lighter up my ass.
Okay, now I believe you're Hank's friend.
So, Smokey, I just thought of something. And Queen, I just thought of something. Do you guys want to... Holy shit. Thank you, Smokey, for the 90 bits. I really appreciate it. Yeah, that's another 7.5 seconds I don't have to go back to Walmart. I really fucking appreciate that, bro. It adds up. Trust me, it adds up.
Dude, what are you doing?
I'm giving you my earth germs. I'm gonna kill
But
you
you
with
guys
my cold.
should,
Die, alien.
I'm not an alien, Dillweed. I'm a henchman.
Try
you're not
anyways.
a venture brother. Who the hell
Dillweed.
are
That's
you?
what you are,
Hank's
Smokey.
friend.
You're a fucking
I doubt
dillweed.
that.
Would you believe I'm Brock Sampson's long-lost son?
If that were true, I don't think I would have caught you so easily.
I couldn't run because I had a lighter up my ass.
Okay, now I believe you're Hank's friend.
False, I am Smokey.
That's what I said, Smokey. Stop making me blame other people for your mischief. Oh, boy.
Nice try, better luck next time, fat ass.
I
Get
was
back
like
in
ready
that
to
chair.
fucking
Now I
pass
am
out.
poor. I spent my last 60 cents. Now what am I gonna do?
How poor? 60 cents. What am I gonna do? Female chef who is still young, Miss Chef.
What do we do? Alright, let's see what he does with this
It's
thing.
got much shallower depth. If I draw this very simple flower here, I'm going to draw a group of them. Okay, so I'm drawing the centres again.
A group? Oh no. There's an I there, not a cook. The reply must be, 'cause havoc, what else? I have no idea.
Just very simple. Putting a little triangle in between to make it look like there's lots of different leaves. Okay, we'll do a third one there. Now, I'm going to treat this again in the three tones. Going back to my soft 8B pencil, I'm going to shade in the centre of this flower here, pressing on really hard.
Okay.
Do you have the right pencils for drawing?
No. Why would you assume I had the right thing for anything, Smokey? I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I'm just having fun. I'm just out here having fun, bro. I'm just doing what needs to be done.
Show us.
4B. See that? 4B. That's 2H. And
We are just sat here watching your camera shake.
that's 2B. Yeah, I know you guys don't get the best end of the stick there, do you?
The next
Too
flower
bad.
is a little bit further back. It's not too far, but I'm pressing on much lighter. Here, so the centre of the flower is much lighter than the first one, and then the third one, which is even further back, but again not that far really, and doing that very lightly. Now going back to my 8B pencil, I'm going to shade those little triangle shapes in
you
Oh
so
shit,
much.
Smokey, thank you so much, brother. I really appreciate it.
Less
Holy
than 4
shit.
less than 3 plus 1.
You're a champion. TTS. True. Amazing. I love it.
I'm giving you my earth germs. I'm gonna kill you with my cold. Die, alien.
I'm not an alien, Dillweed. I'm a henchman. And you're not a venture brother. Who the hell are you?
I'm Hank's friend.
Yeah, I doubt that.
Would you believe I'm Brock Sampson's
Take
long
my
lost
earth
son?
If that were
germs.
true, I don't think I would have
I
caught
will,
you so
Smokey.
easily.
I couldn't run because I had a lighter up my ass.
Okay, now I believe you're Hank's friend.
I know this must be the most boring part of the stream ever, right? And if it's not, that's just fucking sad. I'm too lazy to set up the camera.
Oi,
I'm a
fancy a
dillweed.
cheeky toke?
Cheeky toke, eh? Why would you say never mind? Of course I'd go for a cheeky toke, Smokey. When would I not go for a cheeky toke? Just because I'm lazy. Doesn't mean I'm that lazy. There's a line in the sand, bro.
Doing that shading there creates contrast, makes some petals stand out. You see the idea? So I've done those nice dark tones. You see how it's making them stand out? So if I go round the edge now with a dark line, now you wouldn't necessarily do this, but I just want to show you how it will stand out. See the dark line around there? See how that flower now stands out from the flower?
Oh shit, Smokey, thank you for the subscription. I really
months.
appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Smoke Dipper, you can keep your wings.
Hell yeah. Thank you, man. I really appreciate it. You the man, boo.
It's touch football! Touch!
Ah, I didn't know.
I'm always on Brock's team.
Somebody's in my car.
Right, that is a legitimate superpower.
Didn't do that from another country away. Big deal.
Okay, now we're going to switch to this one.
Behind, all through contrast which has been created through light and shade. Now if I go and start shading the flower behind, I've now got to shade that in a much lighter tone than the one that I've just finished. So I'm going to use my 4B pencil this time, And I'm going to shade the little triangle sections in to make the leaf petals stand out as I did before, but this time I'm shading much lighter.
What should we draw?
Much lighter in tone.
What do you guys think? Is that good?
Again, but again, much lighter in tone. And you can see how this flower now looks as though it's behind the one in front. It's quite simple, really. It's all to do with the different levels of shading.
Draw a
how
ganja
hard
leaf.
you press on. The third
God.
is drawn even lighter in tone. You can see here, I'm just shading that in here. And that will also look much, much further away than the one in front. So you can create depth in your drawing between the background and the foreground, even though the depth may only be a few inches. Now we're going to take something slightly different. I just want to show you the difference between how you can create with the shading here. Now, I'm just going to create something very similar to one of the items I drew in the last video here. And what I'm going to do is a little landscape with a river running through. You can see the background hills are shaded with my 4B pencil very, very lightly. The hills that are a little bit closer to me, I'm now going to shade a little bit stronger, again with a 4B pencil. You see how it's working there. Put a few little dark tones, maybe some buildings or whatever in the background. There, simple. Now, I'm going to start doing the water. I start with my 4B pencil, going side to side, as you saw in the last video. But as I go further forward, I'm pressing on harder. Now I switch to my softer pencil, and I'm pressing on harder still. Really hard, really strong lines. Putting some shading in there.
Oh my fucking god. Here, I'll outline it more for you. There. It's fire? Thanks, Smokey! I know, right? I can draw the best leaf. Oh my god. Now we have no room to draw this. So we gotta go to a new page. So that's what we're gonna be drawing. Alright. Alright, that's the goal for today. Go. All right, we ready for this? Hey Hugo, how's it going, brother? How are you today, good sir? I'm pretty good. Sitting down on my PC for a while. Nice. Sounds like a good time, bro. We're in the...
You should be shot for what you just put on that paper.
What? Why? What did I put on the paper?
A Down syndrome ganja leaf.
Oh, Hugo, you want to see my weed leaf? Look at my weed leaf. Or I guess I can just show it on here now. There's my weed leaf. It's my weed leaf. That was fire! That's exactly what Smokey thought. It's fire. I told you guys it's good. It's good because it's fire. An illusion? Everything's an illusion. It's what your mind does. We want to be Is that what good so far? The hill disappearing into the distance, right? It's supposed to be hills in the distance, and then this is a river.
Somebody gonna get hurt real bad.
And these are the partitions on each side of the land, right? No, it is a very good, don't worry about it. This one is the hard one to do. Go to 4B for this.
Go back to normal, bitch. This shit-ass accent is killing me.
I hope you're winning. I'm winning in my head, Smokey, but winning in reality and winning in your head are two separate things, right? Taking a Cheez-It break now. Alright, thank you. Hi, Smokey. I don't know what else he's going to put on here, so let's find out.
See the contrast again between the background and the foreground. Notice now I'm going back to my 4B pencil and I'm doing some shading to some hills. You'll notice the lines at different angles. You'll notice this helps to define the landscape, as we saw in the last video. You see what I'm doing? Here. Again, these are all with the 4B pencil, but then switch to the softer pencil, press on really hard. Here we are, you see? And look how this is beginning to look very three-dimensional. You can actually see you can move into that space, and it's all done on a flat surface, and it's all done through different types of shading. Pressing on hard, strong bold shading in the foreground, light shading in the background. Look at the difference. You see how it works? Right, I hope you've enjoyed the drawing.
Well, mine don't look fucking anything like that. Does this kind of look like grass coming out? It is what it is, right? Yeah, I don't know. Looks better, I think, in person than it does on camera. Eating cereal? Hell yeah, Smokey. Hell yeah, brother. Does that look better? Called Crave, you know this? Chocolate pillows. Yeah, I've never had it though. Fucking good, man. That's why they call it Crave, right? Okay, so look at mine and look at his. It's like a witch doctor. Wait, what looks like a witch doctor? Are you saying my picture looks like a witch doctor? This. How? I'm so confused, Smokey. What? Nose? I don't see it, Smokey. I don't fucking see it. Never mind. Now I'm trying to find this and I'm like, are you fucking with me? How do you see? I can't see the witch doctor. Yeah, I'm like, Smokey, fucking elaborate, bro. How the fuck does this look like a witch doctor? Where are their eyes? Like, is this the back of the head? Like, I'm so confused.
The underscore anonymous underscore 1 is
Oh,
not
thank you for
following.
following,
Thank you for
Anonymous.
following the
Wait a
underscore
minute.
anonymous underscore 1. I hope you are enjoying
Hi,
the stream
sweetie.
less than
The
4
patron
hours
was just
into
telling me
Christmas.
used to Arch Commander Consummate and
I
thinks
don't
he'd
know,
be a
I don't
perfect
see it.
match for us.
I'm not that interested.
Just agree with me, guys, okay?
Why?
Why are you smoking?
Maybe.
What? When did you start
Exactly, Smokey.
1989-ish.
So you have been lying. Now it makes sense that filled ashtrays.
Now your turn to follow back. True, bro.
I'll say it.
True.
3-pack a day, boys.
So now the question be, well, do we draw something else or do we call it there? Just for the drawing. We need to do the video so we can drop all of the audio in tomorrow. But we gotta, like, figure out where and when we want what. So we're gonna structure that and set that up. So thanks for enjoying the art section, guys. Hey, my drawings will get better, right? Remember, this is what it started out as. Right? That's what it started out as. That's what we have to keep in mind. It's just... And that's like the second stage. Those are outlines. Third stage. And that was yesterday. And perspective on that's a little fucked, but you know, yes, that is indeed a flag. You want to see my onion though?
I'll show you my onion. Can you tell which one's an onion? It's obviously that one. Duh. And then we did this as well. I like the flag. The flag was good. Flag is probably one of the better ones. Then we did that. And then that turned into that. Wait, Smokey, are those the eyes? Is this the face? Wait, I think I'm seeing it now, Smokey. What the fuck? Like, seriously, are those the eyes? It's kind of like squinting eyes, right? This is like the jut of the mouth. This is the back of the head. So this would be the hairline, right? In the back of the head. Squinting eyes, front of the face. This would be like the neck, and then this would be like whatever. Eyebrows removals. Probably the best I've seen. I don't know, I mean, I can imagine it, you know, I can fill in the gaps, and I can now see it. Before, I couldn't see it. I can see it now, Smokey. Okay? You were right, there is an element of that. You remove Holmes? You are lying. All right. When someone dies, we take everything out so it's empty. Oof. That's brutal, Smokey. But you don't find the dead bodies, right? Obviously stuff the family can't or don't want to get rid of. Don't want or can't get rid of. You ever found anything crazy before? Yeah, what's your craziest story, Smokey? Okay, guys, we need images. So let's go to Grok. Grockaroony Skadooty Booty. Booty Skadooty Pooty. And we go...
Thank you for redeeming Chair Dance. Itox will now dance for you. Please fully enjoy this immersive experience.
Okay, even if it's not crazy, what's the craziest thing you've found, Smokey? Like, have you ever found, like, you know, something that's like a 1920s, like, antique wardrobe or something like that? Something, like, elegantly hand-carved, like, a beautiful piece of work and furniture? Or is it just always run-down pieces of shit that's fucking destroyed with trees growing out of them? Found World War II medals, documents, etc., and gave them back to the family. Oh, that's cool.
I mean, that's pretty cool. World War II medals? That's badass. I didn't know you were in World War II, Smokey. That must make you fucking old,
you did good,
man.
You can rest now, babe.
God damn. Oh my god. Okay.
Nice try, better
Oh,
luck next time.
God.
Get back in that chair, you lazy ass shit screamer. Get up, you
Just
fat
for you,
fuck, and touch
Smokey.
your toes. I know you can't, but try anyway.
Oh,
Don't fall
wait.
over though.
No. No. Oh, no. Oh, no. We are allowed. It's all trash. We get there, you know, if we want to keep it, we can, I guess. Oh, fuck. They're killing me slowly. If I fall over, I'm gonna blame you.
Nice try, better luck next time, fat ass. Get back in that chair, you lazy ass shit screamer. Get up, you fat fuck, and touch your toes. I know you can't, but try anyways. Don't fall over though. Queen is a savage, may I say.
Smokey, she only learned from the best, okay? You trained her well. Wait, is it 3 and more times, or was it 3 in total? Fuck!
Correct, she was me before I was me.
Fuck!
Four.
Oh no! I wasn't ready, I'm not ready!
41.
No! Lies! I don't believe it.
Nice try, better luck next time, fat ass. Get back in that chair, you
Oh.
lazy ass shit screamer. Get up, you fat
No!
fuck.
Fuck!
I know you can't, but try anyways. Don't fall over though.
Oh my god. Oh. Oh fuck.
67.
Smokey, did you hear that we fixed Vigintillion? You just have to put like
69.
symbols after it.
$96.
42.
420. $8,008,135.
700 septillion!
Nice try, better luck next time, fat ass. Get back in that chair, you lazy ass shit screamer.
Mini-Me loves chocolate. Scotty-Doo. Scotty-Doo. How are you? How are you? How about you do, ladies and gentlemen, Scotty-Doo. Ladies and gentlemen, my man is Scotty-Doo. Mais le chocolat, bien, hein? Wow, oui, yeah. Scotty n'est pas.
Yeah, oh, this is... Oh, so what...
Get up, you fat fuck, and touch your toes. I know you can't, but try anyways. Yes, it would be a shame. Don't fall over, though.
Fuck! This isn't fair. You guys are gonna fucking kill me.
Queen of the Trolls.
Guys, I'm just gonna walk off, okay? I'm just gonna walk off into the night and never come back. You guys are so mean to me. You guys are so cruel.
You funny MFER.
Shut up! I've had enough of your
While touching your toes?
bullshit. I can't touch my toes. I'm a fucking bitch. In no universe could I
Let's try
ever
better luck next time, fat ass.
touch
Get
my
back in that chair, you
motherfucking
lazy-ass shit streamer.
toes. Woo!
Bro, it's coming again, I am telling ya.
Oh. Oh, fuck.
But when I don't know.
Fuck. Rip. No, that one I can't play because it's broken. It won't allow copyright material, so I have to play it separately.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Is this not why you are here?
Scatman as a redeem would be great.
Dude, Scatman would be a great redeem. I'm doing that right now, Smokey. I'm doing that right now. It is to be done.
You are in for it now, sweetheart. Take those sexy glasses off like a good girl. Ha 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 ha. You don't need to see what happens next.
Fuck! You're so mean! Why do you fuck with everything? I hate you, Queen! No, I'm just kidding. I love you. You make my life so wonderfully spicy. With all the ups and downs you put me through. It's a life worth living. I always know it's Smokey hiding behind there, though. Tempting you in DMs. Hey, Queen, you know what you should do? You should redeem this. I don't have enough points, but you do. So you should redeem this for me. I can just see DM leaks. You guys contorting behind my back.
Great idea. I should harass Queen in DMS. I miss my sexy librarian. You can put those sweet sight setters back and play slut.
True. True. Okay, let's get this viewer reward shit going.
Thanks, you gave him ideas.
What was the redeem, Smokey?
Didn't even know you could do that, bro.
I forgot what the redeem was. What am I supposed to make this redeem? I was so concentrated on making it, I forgot what it was that I was making. Scatman! Scatman. Alright, it is now live. I'm a scat man. I'll redeem it. I'll redeem it for you guys. How about that, okay? I'll redeem it for you. $100K? You guys ain't fucking spamming that shit. I'll lower it. But it's gotta be a hefty price for it. Nah, I don't see it here. I'm gonna be saving for days. You're gonna be saving for a month. I mean, it's not a bad one. I'll put it down to 10K. I'll put it down to 10K. Okay. Okay, guys. How about that? Just knock one of those zeros off. They'll actually make it so people can use it. Because I absolutely don't mind it. That's it. I just... Don't you lose your points when you unfollow? Shadow Realm! Shadow Realm! Shadow Realm! Shadow Realm! Shadow Realm!
Everybody's saying that the scat man stutters but does and never stutter when he sings. But what you don't know, I'm gonna tell you right now that the stutter and the scat is the same thing. Yo, I'm the scat man. Where's the scat man? I'm the scat man. Why should we be pleasing any politician? Reasons would try to cheat diseases if they could. The state of the condition insults my intuition and it only makes me crazy and a heart like wood. Everybody stutters one way or the other, so check out my message to you. As a matter of fact, don't let nothing hold you back. If the scat man can do it, brother, so can you. I'm the scat man. Everybody stutters one way or the other, so check out my message to you. As a matter of fact, I don't let nothing hold you back. If the scat man can do it, so can you. I hear you all ask out the meaning of scat, well, I'm the professor and all I can tell you is why you're still sleeping, the saints are still weeping, because things you call dead haven't yet had the chance to be born. I'm the scat man. Where's the scat man? I'm the scat man. Repeat after me.
I stutter times on words. I just say the wrong words, I'm fucking retarded. Hell yeah. Good shit. Good shit. Alright, back to this. Is the story number 5. My name is Wiz. Yo, Wiz, you going straight to the Shadow Realm! Opening scene, Sam trapped, Maya's betrayal. Image, static video, dimly lit concrete room with a single flickering fluorescent light, casting harsh shadows on rough walls. It's like a candle. Maybe this is what we want. Yeah, but don't you have to pay for it and do like other shit with Grok Imagine? Is this just a still image? Oh, it's flickering lights. The lights just get faster? No, it's just random flickering lights. Let's just go with videos. Turn an image and try it? I don't know how to use. Where do I get it? Where do I get Grok Imagine? What do I do? Put me through the steps, Grok. Smokey. How do I do this? What do I do? Where is it? Where do I get this said such thing as was or be do? Be do where at? Smoke. Tell. Pray.
Go off X and type Grok.
Grok? Okay, so what do I do? A little easier just to do this. So fucking huge fucking prompt. Well, that was okay. Well, okay, I guess we go here, and we go Throw a dictionary at it. What is this? How did I put it on favorites? It's making a video out of it. Wait, what? Okay. That's interesting. That's interesting. Cool though, right? Get the right prompt, you were rocking. I guess so. Let's focus on refining the images right now. Form them into a prompt for Grok Imagine. Let's see what this does. Reset the chat. How do I reset the chat? Just click Imagine? Oh, there? I don't know why it puts these people in it. Isn't that kind of weird? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why it does that. I think we just need this. I don't know where the new there is no button that says new chat. I mean, sure, this one works. The problem, actually, well, the main problem is they're not in, rewrite prompts in 10 to 15 words and remove any characters only focus on the line of images. How about that? Oh wait, we wanted to do one specific thing. Whoops. Image format 16 by 9. Can it not do that? Can it only do images? Because then Grok would be better, because Grok can do 16 by 9 images. Turn these prompts into images. Aspect ratio 16 by 9. You download the image, then go to normal Grok and ask. They'll do it maybe? I don't know. Okay, so let's try this. Yeah, I don't think it can do aspect ratios. That's unfortunate. So we'll just go here. We'll go here. Go to Grok. And we'll just take this. Generate an image of... Well, main problem also is, like, I don't want, you know, that's why I want to be able to go to Google and grab it, right? I don't want an AI-generated image. I want a real image. Or a real video that captures... Like, I'd love something like... walking through dark tunnels. Why is this like pure darkness? That doesn't help at all. Ooh, this kind of looks good. How about that? Maybe that. Maybe one more. Just to kind of have the aesthetic, right? And we don't need it to be perfect. We just need the dark tone. And, you know, you have the light at the end of the tunnel. I'm just gonna add these two. I don't want to be on this account. I want to be on this account. save this playlist as video editing stuff. Okay, so we can get that. Hey, seems to be stuck. That was pretty interesting, right? Oh, of course. I can just refresh and it'll change my account, right? Oh. Editing stuff. Okay, and then we need sound effects. I don't even care. We'll just have the entire thing going through the tunnels, right? We don't need anything else. 53 posted? Hell yeah, Sean. I know we didn't get to reading your story today. It's a little late. I've been trying to get all this other stuff done. Okay, so let's go back up to the top and let's try and find opening scene. No, we want to go back up even more. Okay. I have an idea. How do I word this? Phone story. Could you 10 points in the story deserve change of music. Label those sections based on the genre of music should be added to emphasize the atmosphere. Place a single sentence from the story with a dash and genre of music. Add that little tidbit there. We can come back to this because this is that's like a 45 minutes worth of video of just like AFK recording, right? I'm not gonna bother with that. That's just busy work. But we figured out what the visuals are going to be. Now we're going to get what kind of music we want. Okay, opening tension. Stared up at Maya from the warm, unyielding floor. Dark, ambient, eerie, unsettling mood of betrayal. Okay. So we got under this? We can go. Music and sound effects. Okay, let's just put that there for now. So go down. So opening is tension. Dark ambient. Then reflected on loss. Hey, Cication Chat. Hey, Aboya, how's it going? How are you? How has your day been? Aboya, if you're interested, I started a brand new YouTube channel for all of my horror stories, very specifically. Blue horror stories. So if you're interested, feel free to go check that out. We just premiered last week, and we have 2 upcoming videos that will be released tomorrow. Because we figured Halloween, so perfect timing. Why, thank you, I really appreciate it. Helps a lot. But yeah, so I'm looking for basically critique on the types of like images for it, music, sound effects, you know, what kind of would get you more hooked with it? Is my hook strong enough at the beginning, you know? Kind of trying to get that basic feedback of pushing myself in the correct direction, let's call it, right? Yeah. Because aimlessly, randomly doing stuff doesn't really help. That's what I was doing with the ShortStories channel. But we learned a lot on the side of YouTube itself. Now we just need to get, like, we just need to make the content good, right? Once we make the content good, we find an audience, boom. We're sold, right? That's what I believe. I mean, that's why I took 2 months off of work, so I could actually get, like, put my mind to it, right? And get it to, like... Because this would take me, like, 8 months to do overall. Just to get the channel set up and everything, because of the amount of time that I have to spend, like, doing stuff like this. Normally I wouldn't be doing this on stream, but I figured, well, I was going to do it after the stream, so I might as well do it on the stream. We finished everything we were going to do for the day, so we might as well just sit around, fuck around, and, you know, build this from the ground up, and then you guys can see how I, you know, how I build the story up using the sound effects and the music to emphasize where, you know, I get my inspiration for what to use, AI, and then I just go along with whatever kind of, you know, works with it, right? At least that's the hope. That's the hope. It never quite comes super close, but it comes close enough that it's, you know, worth it. Because, like, this is, and every time I do it, I evolve the structure of it, right? This is the first time I put it in this structure, and I think this is probably the most potent way to set it up, so I know exactly where in the story, beforehand, before even going into editing, where I'm going to place the music, where I'm going to place the images, where I'm going to place the sound effects, and then I can incorporate that in while I'm recording the audio for the sound. So I can say, like, if I don't remember, right, I could say, okay, this goes here, or I'll have it up on screen, so as I'm scrolling across it, I say, okay, now the music goes here, right, and it can be highlighted over these specific points in the story. And I think that'll be able to highlight them out the easiest. Because my biggest problem is I get the sound recorded and then I have to spend like hours trying to coagulate everything together. I'm like, I need a better structure to get everything in one place. And when I'm done with that, it should be super easy just to find what I need and place it in. And then the more I do that, right, the better I get at it, the more corners I can cut, the better I get at it, the faster I can do it, the more I can do of it, and eventually, you know, we're fucking flying, baby. That's all we need. And it just becomes a rhythm like I'm playing freaking RuneScape. Just like follow the clicks. It's all about minimizing the amount of clicks that you need. All right. We've got our 10 moments. Now all we need is to find the music that could go along with it. So let's turn that off for now. Let's start with the first one. Dark ambient or music. Dark ambient. Yeah, I could definitely see that working. Absolutely. Okay. Don't you want this? Oh, we want it from here. Okay, I'm retarded. And then melancholic piano. Oh, of course. It's not gonna let me fucking click on this. And then we just add horror and we see if dark piano horror. I could see this working. You can find any point in there for that. Then we have industrial electronica. Dark electro industrial bass. Not 100% sure on that one.
Swept away.
Well, that could probably work. I'm sure there's a couple on there that might work for that. That one's a bit odd, so... Cinematic suspense. Yeah, actually, that'll probably work. And then dystopian synth wave. I'm just gonna fucking do this because this is so stupid that it does that. Yeah, I actually really, really like that one. Okay, we'll just instantly sold. Stealth action score. Could be that. Could be that. Could be that. Or could be that. Let's try this. I think I actually already used this. Yeah, I've actually already used this. Fallen Ghost. I've used this playlist before. So let's just cancel that one out. Let's just think about this. Okay, yeah, I like this. I like this. This is good. This is good. Meh. We'll just say, whoops, that's not the one I wanted to get rid of. This is the original one. Stealth action score. Next is psychological horror ambience. Well, here, deeply disturbing music. All right. Yeah. Not really what I'm looking for. Should be discombobulated kind of music. Yeah, this is definitely it. Okay, next one. Dark industrial. A dark industrial. Yeah, I can go with that. Well, actually, let's see. What's this? Just in case it's any good. Come on. Yeah, no, that's not what we're looking for. Dramatic orchestral. Okay, let's try these three. Maybe. This one's a bit calmer. Let's try that. And then the final one. Wait, what? Okay. Oh, no. That's a 28 Days Later soundtrack. We don't want something like that. Okay. Some of these might be good. Maybe. Okay, that's a little too weird. Yeah, no. Yeah, I think this one's the best. We can find a good one in there to go along with it. Alright, and then all we need is a sound effect. All we need is sound effects. I will put 5 heartbeat moments in store. So adding to each of 10 sections above the relevant sound effect for that section. Thanks. Easy fucking peasy. Low resonating metallic clang. Maybe we can just do that from here.
Welcome to a talk.
Play which metal creaks and stress groans? Maybe. Okay, okay. Soft, distant wind chime. You're a loser! My stream is better! You can watch me instead! Trandango! Well, I mean, you can say it a couple times, but like, yeah. Don't spam. I guess so, bro. I don't know what you do, but, I mean, fuck it. I guess so, right? We're just sitting here making our own little video. Wind chime sound effect. And this one. Yeah, okay. Oh, probably this one. Alright, next. Distorted. Oh, we already have a glitch. We already have glitch sound effects. But I guess we can try and find another one. Fuck, that's not what I meant to do. Wrong goddamn button. You're a loser. Oh, here comes another one of them. I mean, it is what it is, right? It is what it is. Losers lose, winners win. Actually, that one's not bad. See any one of these? Okay, that's good. I like that. Why does it fucking sometimes do that? So annoying. Can I just select this and save it? Oh no, the bots are striking, guys. What shall we ever do? What shall we ever do? The bots! Oh no, the bots! Low, ominous wind. Creepy wind. Yeah, okay, that's really good. I like that. Save as there. And heavy footsteps. Okay, I can get behind that. Yeah, and they're slowly getting faster and closer. Okay. Yep. Definitely get behind that. Car door. Soft gravel crunch. Walking on gravel. Alright, save that. No! Change. Car door click. No, like a car door, open and close. Okay, I can do that. 8 hours. Yeah, bro. How's it going, Tyler? How are you today, good sir? We're just working on sound effects for the new video. And Tyler, if you haven't checked it out, you should go check out the new
Welcome to it.
The new horror channel that we have. We're releasing another 2 videos tomorrow. So don't miss out on it. We already got 3 up. Feel free to check them out, give them a like, give them a view, give them a comment, you know, always good. Get those extra in there. I don't know if I saved this, but I'm just gonna save it anyways. Okay, it is already saved. Good. Faint echoing wall scrape. Okay. Footsteps. No. Wait, why is there footsteps on metal? Wait, what? How did that... Faint echoing wall scraping sound turn into that. Concrete scraping sound effect. In horror, wooden floor creaks and sound effects. Nail scratching. Let's see this. You know what? Actually, that's not bad. That's not bad. We can do something with that. Right? Did you stream today, Tyler? You guys don't know Tyler streams. So go check out his stream. And I'm retarded. I should have shouted out Ebola, but I fucking didn't. Because I'm retarded. What? It says my ads are over. Nope. Nope. Okay, yeah, that's actually not too bad. You know, we can do something with that, right? And sharp knife clatter. I don't know. Record your own? That's so annoying, though. When I can just do this. No, it's clattering sound. Knife falling. Yeah, okay. We'll take that. And high-pitched electric whine. Sounded like a butter knife falling. I mean, I did say it was like a small little dagger that he had. Like, it was like a pinpoint dagger. You're a loser! I am a loser, thanks. Okay, I don't think that sound is quite what I'm looking for. Oh, I like that. Wait, I can't save it? This action is turned off for content made for kids. Wait, this is made for kids? Okay, well, I guess we just have to do this. Well, actually, what we can do is we can do this.